Director Richards, would you please take the roll?
Good morning, members of the committee. This is the fifth day of agency budget hearings. Senator Driscoll.
Excused?
Senator French.
Here.
Senator Garou.
Here.
Senator Larson. Here. Representative Allemand. Representative Angelos.
Here.
Representative Harrelson. Here. Representative Pendergraft.
Here.
Representative Sherwood.
Here.
Representative Smith.
Here.
Co-Chairman Salazar. Here. Chairman Bear.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Richards, would you please get us started?
Yes, the first agency before you today is in your book 1515, and before you today is former Justice and now General Couts.
General, we sure appreciate your being here today. We really appreciate your continued service for the state of Wyoming. It means a lot to us that you've chosen to do that, and we look forward to hearing your presentation today. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman Bear and Chairman Salazar, and ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Appropriations Committee. I am so honored and a little surprised to be here. As many of you know, I was happily retired. For those of you who don't know my background, I was an attorney for 15 years. And then for 22 years, I got to be a district court judge here in Wyoming. And then for 9 more years on the Wyoming Supreme Court. And then I reached age 70 in March of 24 and retired, and my wife and I were happily figuring that out. And last summer, the governor called me and asked me to serve as Attorney General for the rest of his term. And I had to ask myself, why would I do that? And maybe you want to hear, why would I do that? Well, my answers for why would I do that are, first of all, the governor asked, and that's kind of like the state asking. And the state has been very, very good to me. 31 years of my career are invested in the state of Wyoming. I was born here, I grew up here, I love Wyoming. And I'm a legal nerd, and I say that in an affectionate way. I love the law, and I think I've seen the rule of law work out for us to be able to live and function together really well over my life. And I'm not willing to just say, if you call me, I don't want anything to do with that anymore. So I asked about what the job entails, and he says, well, there's all the lawyers at the Attorney General's office, and then there's the DCI, and you know what, I like law enforcement too. And I thought, okay, I can do that. I would be glad to do that. And so I started on July 7th, so I'm in this about 5 months. And I got to the Attorney General's office, and here's what I found. I already had a high regard for the lawyers that I knew from the AG's office. And those would primarily be the lawyers in the criminal division, because they argue cases at the Wyoming Supreme Court. And you see maybe 4 or 5 of them every month. And they're good lawyers, and they write really good briefs. But man, when I got here and started going over to the Pioneer Building and the Kendrick and seeing what work they do, I found a bunch of outstanding, committed attorneys. I found a bunch of attorneys working a lot more than 40 hours a week. I found a bunch of them working for far less than they could make in private practice, and really dedicated to the state of Wyoming. And so folks, I'm so thankful. The more I got into this job, the more honored and amazed I was that I was asked to do it. And I'm amazed to be here in front of you presenting a budget on behalf of them. I'll tell you a couple other little things, and this maybe goes to A&I's request about pay scales. I found that the attorneys in the Attorney General's office are significantly underpaid compared to private practice. And since I've been here, we've lost some who have gone to private practice and can make a lot more money. I have some middle positions that are vacant because the pay scale is so bad. I solicited some attorneys that I know, took one to lunch and said, I need a 10-year attorney who can be a supervisor. And and we went over what the pay scale was, and he's making a little more than 100% more, a little more than double in private practice at a firm downtown than what we can pay him. So it's tough to fill those kinds of positions. On the other hand, I have some really dedicated attorneys and some really excellent attorneys, and I'll probably introduce you to some of them today and tell you about some of them. On the big picture, I'm really proud to be associated with these lawyers. And on the individual picture, when I work with each one of them, I'm impressed at the kind of lawyers they are and the dedication they have to Wyoming. Now, as I prepared to come here with you today, I remembered a neighbor, a next door neighbor I had in Torrington named Mike Brown. And Mike Brown had a little masonry company, and he was a bricklayer and had a couple of bricklayers that worked for him. And we would talk across the fence. His garden was next to mine. And Mike frequently said, "Hey, Judge, what have you been doing with my tax dollars?" And I would explain to him what's going on in the judiciary and in my court with his tax dollars. And that's the same thing I want to tell you today, is what's going on with your tax dollars. I take that very seriously. It's my neighbor's tax dollars. It's my kids' tax dollars. It's yours tax dollars. And I want to be serious about that. So there's a little background for you. When I got here, I knew about the DCI and the attorneys over in the Pioneer Building. There's a lot more than that going on in the Attorney General's office. So let me first start by telling you there are 6 big parts to the Attorney General's office. First is that law office. And in a moment, I will describe to you the breakdown of the law office and how it all works. That's the lawyers over in the Pioneer Building and also in the Kendrick Building. We have some in Casper. Then there's DCI, and I'll break that down when we go through the DCI budget of what they do. Then there's the Law Enforcement Academy in Douglas. And let me back up for a second. On the law office, I have my chief deputy here with me, Ryan Shellhouse. And really, if you want to know who makes the law office work, it's Ryan Shellhouse. He's a superstar. The state does not want to lose him under any circumstances. He really is the guy that makes all our stuff work. With DCI, Director Ronnie Jones is here. Also with him is Deputy Director Scott McWilliams, who runs the State Crime Lab. That's part of DCI. And also Deputy Director Allison Moore, who runs the Criminal Justice Information System. And we're going to talk about that when we get to DCI, because a number of my exception requests relate to that. Then we're up to Law Enforcement Academy up in Douglas. Director Chuck Bain is here, and the Deputy Director Jesse Curtis is here to answer any questions you have. The Attorney General also supervises the Division of Victim Services, and Director Kara Chambers from Victim Services is here to talk to you if you have questions there. There's this outfit called POST. It's an acronym for Police Officers Training, Standards and Training. And Director Robert Terry is here, and he's a one-man band. So he's it. He has an administrative assistant and him, and he is handling, I'm going to tell you, 28 open active cases by himself. You get a lot of bang for the buck. And then we have, under the Attorney General's office, is the Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. And so I'm sure you're all familiar with that. In your local communities, there are programs to assist developmental disabilities, and this is the source, the center of that. And Director Brittany McGovern is here with me. Also here today, I have the State Engineer Gebhardt, and you might have questions because of my first exception request relates to water. And I have an attorney from our water division, Chris Brown, who I need to tell you is, in my opinion, the preeminent national lawyer on the Colorado River. Wyoming could not afford to lose this guy. And he's been holding the fort down for us single-handedly almost up to this point. So So we're all glad to be here. Let me start and go through the budget book. Mr. Chairman, if you have some preference for how you want me to go about this, I would be glad to do it any way that you want, but my thought was just to start with our units and comment on them briefly.
Yes, that'd be fine, General Couts. When you get to your exception requests, which is really the meat of it, we've been through your book and read it in this committee, so we kind
So
of have
we'll get to the exception request.
we'll have a grasp of that, but if you want to do that briefly for the sake of the public, that's fine. But when we get to the exception request, we'd like you to go in page order rather than in priority number.
Okay.
So we just go straight through the book. The public tends to get confused as we're going back and forth in the page numbers.
So let me make sure I understand. Do you want my exception request in my order of priority?
In page order.
In the page order.
In the page order, you got it.
Okay.
That's-
Sorry for the confusion.
That works good for me.
Okay,
That
great.
works good. If it works,
right.
if it works for you, it'll work for me.
It does. I'll just ask the
Okay.
committee, are there any general questions before we begin from the committee for the general? Okay. All right, please proceed.
All right. So folks, I'm up to page 20. And this unit is called the Law Office. The Law Office consists of about 70 lawyer positions. There's some of them open right now. And maybe, I don't know how many paralegals. Most of them work all the time in the Pioneer Building, and if you're ever interested, please come down to my office and I'll take you over and introduce you to some of them. The Consumer Protection and Department of Transportation folks, those lawyers that work for them work over in the Kendrick Building across the street here. And then we have an office in Casper that primarily does workers' compensation and some things associated with Post and the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, things that are all out of Casper. So we have an office there. In the law office division, there are 5 divisions, and we break them up like this. There's a civil division, and that's the lawyers that represent all of our state agencies, and they represent the elected officials. There's a human services division. There are 5 particular state agencies that they work with: health, family services, transportation, workforce services, victim services, and consumer protection. I probably won't, we don't have exception requests there, so I'm not going to talk about them very much, except to say that they do an amazing thing in the family services area. Our state has laws about kids, and there are many ways that kids can end up not in their parents' home. And we came up with a problem. This is while I was a district judge, found a problem that these kids weren't finding a permanent place to live, and they weren't finding a permanent identity. And so the legislature said, we got to get some permanency going. We got to figure out a way to do that. And the way you do it is you either terminate parental rights and adopt the kids out, or you find a way to get a permanent guardianship for them. And it turns out that the county attorneys didn't have enough time or staff to do that work. So the Attorney General's office, this division, has lawyers that do that. And last year, they accomplished 88 permanencies from adoption, terminations of parental rights. So that's the full-blown thing, and adopting those kids out. I'm proud of them. It's a marvelous thing we're doing for kids. So anyway, then we have the criminal division, and I already mentioned them. They handle all the appeals and state criminal cases. We have a natural resources division, and I'm going to talk quite a bit about things from that division because those are my first 2 exception requests. And the natural resources division has an environmental quality section, it has a water section, and it has a resources section. And the resources would be Game and Fish and Department of Agriculture, like that. Then we have a tort litigation division. And the Tort Litigation Division has a section for school finance. Now, I was in the judiciary, and I'm not particularly proud of how this all worked out. Unfortunately, I wasn't on the Supreme Court when Campbell 1 and Campbell 2 were decided. But as a result of those cases, we have a couple full-time lawyers that all they do is work on school finance all year round. And so that's what they do. We have a litigation division because, as you know, the state is a target, and sometimes we get sued, and they represent us on that. We have an employment division, and they mostly do workers' compensation things and workforce services things. And we have a personnel division, and they advise the state agencies on their personnel problems. So that gives you an idea of what all those lawyers over there in the Pioneer Building do. So now, if we turn to page 22, you'll see my first exception request. And the first exception request is a request for funds to use to defend and protect Wyoming rights and water uses under interstate water compacts. Now, this is a fairly specific topic, interstate water compacts. Those are situations where a river runs between multiple states. And most of the time, those states have entered into agreements that end up actually being put into statutes about how they're going to share their water and how they're going to split it up. And you would hope that that would be the end of it, but it's not. And in fact, in the big one I'm going to talk to you about, the Colorado River, we find that the language used in those compacts is not as clear as we had hoped it would be. And each side interprets it in the way that is the best for them, and that's how lawsuits happen, So I can't overstate the importance of this issue about interstate use of water. We're in a big drought, and there are serious pressures from other states on nearly every river that flows out of our state into other states. Now, the biggest issue of this relates to the Colorado River right now, but I want to mention three other drainages, three other rivers that part of this request relates to them. And the first is the North Platte River. Now, in 2001, we got a decree. There was a fight between Wyoming and Nebraska, and they settled it. And we got a decree out of the US Supreme Court, and there's an agreement between the states about how they're going to share their water. A lot of that agreement requires water to go down the North Platte River to central Nebraska for endangered species purposes. And it really turns on having enough water for the cranes and stuff down in central Nebraska. Well, the state of Nebraska has now sued Colorado over the South Platte River. And you might have read about this, that the state of Nebraska says under their agreement on the South Platte River, they get to take a bunch of water out into a canal out of the South Platte. If they take that water out of the South Platte, that's less water that ends up in central Nebraska for the cranes. And so one of the sources that Nebraska is likely to look at is back up at Wyoming. How are you using your water and what's being used? Where's it going? And so part of our request is we need to be proactive in developing technical evidence and a legal position to prevent losing more North Platte water. The next drainage is the Bear River down in far southwest Wyoming, and we share the Bear River with Utah and Idaho. And you probably know, if you've been by the Salt Lake lately, it's way down. The Salt Lake has a big problem. And in fact, the problem is so big that the Utah legislature appropriated $50 million to try to come up with a solution. And then from other aid agencies, they got an extra 250. So they have $300 million in a fund to try to figure out how to get more water in the Salt Lake. One of those possible sources we're concerned is the Bear River. And we need to be proactive again and get technical information and legal positions to defend our water if that were to come up. The last smaller interstate issue is involving the Snake River. Now, the Snake River, as you know, we share with Idaho, and we have a compact with Idaho. But with the drought, there's been a lot of discussion about minimum releases from Jackson Lake, and a lot of discussion about how much water is going down the Snake in Wyoming and getting to Idaho. Enough discussion to the point where Idaho has decided they want to do an entire basin-wide analysis of the water use. Well, think about it. That is an analysis of what goes on in Wyoming as well as what goes on in Idaho. And we need to be proactive in getting our own information and sort of in a way looking over Idaho's shoulder and saying, okay, if you're going to take a look at this, we're going to be in a player too. It's really important to us what goes on the Snake River. So those are the three background ones, but the big one is the Colorado River. Now, I don't think any of you live in the Green River Basin, but if you look at a map, the Green River Basin includes a pretty good chunk of southwestern Wyoming. In the Green River drainage, which is the upper part of the Colorado River, Wyoming appropriators have about 600,000 acres of water right, and they actually on a every year basis use about 300,000 of that to irrigate in some form or another. It's a significant issue to the state of Wyoming. And back in 1922, the states involved on the Colorado River entered into an agreement, a compact. Now, the states designated an upper part of the basin and a lower part of the basin. And the lower part of the basin is Arizona, Nevada, and California. And that makes sense, right? And the upper basin would be Wyoming and Utah and Colorado. And then there's some high places in New Mexico that also flow down. So New Mexico is an upper basin state also. And so this 1922 agreement sort of tried to figure out how much do the upper basin states get and how much do the lower basin states get. And that agreement, at the time when they made it, assumed that there was about 17 to 18 million acre feet of water a year. And we have hydrological graphs to show that. Well, since 1922, the curve, yes, sir.
General.
Sorry to interrupt, General. A question on this, and I think it goes to the general issue of litigation. You know, obviously when you're litigating, you need quality attorneys. And you face challenges with regard to your salaries. You were just telling us earlier that, you know, you have some vacancies. They're going to the private sector where they can be paid more. So, for instance, in the issue that you're talking to us now about natural resources, you know, that in itself is a specialty issue. I guess my question is, beyond your team, or whether it's litigation with regard to education funding, does your office then also go to outside specialty attorneys to defend the state on these issues? Can you address with me that whole concept of whether you're going to use in-house attorneys or attorneys outside your office that have a specialty in these specific areas, because the stakes are so high for the state if we lose? Maybe you can address some of that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. That's a really important question. Can we do it in-house, or do we need to contract outside? This particular ask is for money to contract outside and about half of it is for outside attorneys, about the other half is for outside technical experts. But the answer to your question of when would the Attorney General's office be able to do something in-house and when do they need to contract outside, really depends on the scope of the case that you're facing. For example, we had a dispute with Montana over the Bighorn, and we were able to do that in-house. And our costs were about 1/5 of what Montana paid for outside counsel in that case. So it was very efficient for us. It was a good win. But the size of that case was a whole lot less than what this Colorado River case is going to be. So it kind of depends. On the education front, you know, I'm going to brag a little bit. I don't know if any of you read the briefs or listened to the oral arguments on the school finance case, but our lawyers did an outstanding job. And I think we can do that in-house, but we had outside help as well. And that was a choice made before I got here, and it's not inappropriate. So it really depends on the size and scope of the case. Now, this Colorado River case, if it goes to litigation, would be a litigation before the US Supreme Court, and the US Supreme Court then appoints a special master to handle the case. And we're probably talking decades long. The last big litigation over the Colorado River involved a fight between Arizona and California, and it took 20 years. The magnitude of it is astounding. One of the issues in this case deals with some language in that 1922 compact that bases the split up of water on what they call consumptive use. So somebody has to be able to figure out how much water isn't applied to the land, but how much is actually consumed on every inch of irrigation under the Colorado River. Can you imagine the size of that? And it's a huge issue. So our thought was we need to direct the case. We need to be in charge. Chris Brown would be the head attorney, but we would hire outside counsel as well.
So, and I appreciate that. So I guess the question to get focused on your budget then is, if you see litigation that could possibly go on for decades, have you given any consideration of whether you need to reduce or increase the number of attorneys in your office if you're going to go to outside attorneys who have specific specialty careers in that specific area? Does that fluctuate what you will be asking for the legislature with regard to additional attorneys, or do you downsize your attorneys and spend more focus on outside attorneys with that specialty? General?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we had some serious discussions in our office about the attorneys dedicated to water. And those attorneys now represent the state engineer, and they deal with the Board of Control and all the water issues that come up in Wyoming. Not too many years ago, there were 6 of them in our office. Now there are 2 because of budget cuts. And I don't think there's any way that we would have an attorney that we would be able to eliminate without eliminating our service to the state engineer. I just we don't have any extra attorneys to be able to do that. So that's why there has to be an ask for extra money, unfortunately.
All right. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, I think I'm going to piggyback as a follow-up on the good chairman's question. If we lose our water rights, there's no amount of money we could put on that, really, when we really think about that. If we look back 20 years from now, and we look back and go, man, We downsized the department. We tried to save some money, some budget cuts, and we lost some of our water rights on the Colorado River or the North Platte or the Snake or the Bear or any of these. What have we truly lost? We've lost the next generation's future. Because really, I mean, at the end of the day, the most important commodity in this state's water. I think we all could agree in this room on that. So I think that to piggyback on that, maybe it isn't cut, but maybe it's increase. Is it a situation you need another really good hand in there to help with this, to make our battle, to make, obviously we have a $5 million war chest ask here to try to defend our water rights, but is that an adequate ask? Or is it something where, are we beating up our people where we're gonna be halfway through this and we're gonna have someone throw in the flag and say, man, I'm done, I've had too much of this, because we put too much pressure on two individuals. So I think maybe it goes both ways. Maybe it isn't a cut at that point, maybe it's an increase in this area. Can you speak to that?
General?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, I'm really glad that Chris Brown has grandkids that live in Cheyenne, and his wife won't let him take a job somewhere else and move away, because it would hurt Wyoming. It would hurt us badly. We need an expert like that, and we could use more. Yes, we can. I think your question, in a little bit of a way, relates to my second request, which is for a couple more HB 300 attorneys who would free up some of the other folks in our office to be able to assist Chris Brown and Abby, who work on this water stuff. I don't disagree with you. That's why I started out by saying I can't overstate the importance of this issue. This is as Wyoming as it gets, and this is as critical as it gets. Our water is that important to us.
Follow-up? General, you mentioned there were 6 water attorneys in the past. Do you know how long ago that was that we had 6?
If I could ask Mr. Brown.
Sure.
This is from here. That was in 2011. Mr. Chairman, Chris Brown, I supervise the water section of the Attorney General's office. And to answer the question, that was starting in 2011 is when we were really starting to go heavy with regard to the Yellowstone River Compact litigation with Montana. We had 6 attorneys that were working that litigation when I started it.
Thank you. All right, further questions right now? Yeah, co-chair.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, and I want to piggyback to what Representative Harrelson said. This is not, in no way was I suggesting skimping. I want to win these cases. My question was geared toward what's the best way, in-house, and we have great attorneys in-house, or outside counsel that specializes every day on these specific issues. So I fully agree that we need to spend what we need to spend to win these cases, because we are going to live with the decision for generations to come. So, and I want to give you the tools, General, to win these cases, not just the water rights issues, but everything that your office is facing now. So,
Thank you,
General,
Mr. Chairman.
On the technical side of this expenditure, you said about half of this would be for technical expertise. And I
So,
think you've described
Mr.
it as a
Chairman,
study of the situation. So if you
This
could just,
particular ask, this $5 million ask, our estimates are that it's going to be about, under this biennium, about 5.4 million. We have about 400,000, and we'd have to ask the state engineer and Mr. Brown where that is in a fund, but we have that, so we need an extra 5 million. The split up of that, our estimates are that about 500,000 to 600,000 of that would go for technical expertise on those other 3 drainages. And about $2 million for technical expertise on the Colorado, and about $2.5 million for outside counsel. And we've penciled that out, thinking about the litigation beginning sometime in mid-2026. Now, no suit has been filed, and we're hopeful it doesn't have to come to that, but it's wise to be prepared and from a position of strength. I'd mentioned that the original compact was based on 17 to 18 million acre feet of water. Where we're at right now is about 12 to 10 million acre feet of water. We're that much short. And so you see, when you see the pictures on the news of Lake Powell and Lake Mead and how far down they are, the Bureau of Reclamation has told the states involved that we have to either come up with an agreement for how we're going to share the water, a new agreement, or they're going to take control of those dams. And they're going to run things. And when that happens, we think that would be a precipitating event for one of the lower states to file a suit. And we want to be ready. In fact, the other states have lawyered up already. The state of Colorado has a number of attorneys working full-time on this, as does Utah. The lower states, California and Arizona, don't have lawyers from their attorney general's office working on it, but instead the irrigation districts, the Imperial Irrigation District and the Arizona, have hired attorneys, and we've reached out. We've reached out to a number of attorneys who are already on retainer to some of those other places. They're ready to go, and so that's where we need to be proactive today. And we have some technical experts who are willing to go to work for us. We have a law firm or two that we think we would be able to work with and work well with Mr. Brown. But it's up to the legislature to say, we have funding for you to do that.
General, I just was trying to get an idea of the time frame, because this 2.5 million for the attorneys, is that a war chest, or is that going to be expended right away? And then the other $200,000 on the Colorado River, what's the time frame that study needs to be completed by in your mind, and how quickly could it be done? So,
Mr. Chairman, my anticipation is that we would pay a retainer to a law firm, but they wouldn't start spending money until and unless there was a lawsuit filed.
Sending a signal that we're
That would be
putting money
sitting
aside.
ready to go.
Right.
On the other hand, the technical experts, the hydrographers, need to go to work right away. We need that information. That is essential to our bargaining position.
General, how long will it take those hydrologists to?
Excuse me?
How long will it take those hydrologists to come to a conclusion with the study, so you've got the
I'm
information
going
ready to go?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer to the state engineer or to
Please.
Mr. Brown again.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, to attempt to answer that question, it really depends. So some of the experts, and let me back up a little bit, the legislature has been really good, primarily working through the Select Water Committee to get quite a bit of funding to the state engineer's office to conduct technical studies with regard to Wyoming's use. So really getting a good handle on what Wyoming has going on in the Green River Basin and the Little Snake Basin, because we've learned through experience the best way to defend Wyoming water is to know more than anybody else. So we've got some pretty good information. What we're anticipating is that we get into a lawsuit, we've got to be able to understand other states. We've got to be able to understand what's going on in Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, California, so that we can have the technical expertise in those states. Some of those issues can be done pretty quickly, within a year. Some of those issues are going to take a decade. We get into groundwater issues in Arizona, it is extremely complex. So it just depends.
General, this is going to sound strange, but these are, all of these studies in these other states and what we're about ready to do or have done through our engineering office are paid for with public dollars. So is there any opportunity that this stuff would be public information where we could access the information that other states have studied on their own? Or is it something that's so proprietary to give them an advantage in court that is not accessible?
Mr. Chairman, I've discussed that very issue with Mr. Brown, and there's a likelihood that we could cooperate in developing some of the information with some of the upper basin states. Some of our interests are the same. Some of our interests might not be the same. And as much as I hate to say this, unfortunately, when litigation is involved, you really want somebody on your side verifying the accuracy of the other side's numbers.
I understand. Okay. Further questions for the general? Senator Grew.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, General. Just not really a question, but more of a comment. We've been a little quiet over here on this side of the table in these questions this morning, but I will mention that Senator Driscoll, Senator Larson, and myself are all on select water. Senator French comes to us with vast experience in the Department of Agriculture, and so all of us have been well-versed on this issue and been well-versed for quite a long time. And with Mr. Brown and Mr. Kephart, we've been kind of going around and around, and the questions that we've always been asking really have centered around, is this enough? And the urgency of the request. And so we feel, I know, I'll speak for myself, I know in the discussions we've had in select water, discussions that we've had in other venues, this is truly, truly one of the benchmark issues right now that this state is facing. And so I think that the general has a good plan. We got a chance to sit down and chat before on this subject, and like I say, my only concern is that it's gonna, we'll be back later with probably other asks, because this is so vitally important to us. All three drainages, all three of those issues. I'm familiar with the snake issue because that's in my district, and that one compounds even issues with the federal government, who's a big player, where the headwaters sit for the snake, and which even complicates matters even further, along with the Idaho irrigators' interest and the state of Wyoming's interest. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you? Yes, there is a question. Wouldn't you agree, Mr.
General?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Grew. Senator Larson's on the commission, on the Colorado River Commission, and well aware of this. And I couldn't say to you that this 5 million will be the end. You know that it's probably not. You know that that's not probable. I don't know what else to say about it. Well, that's the
General,
story.
We have a few more questions.
Excuse me? More
Pardon me,
questions?
we just have some more questions.
Very good.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been sitting here looking at the map of the Colorado River. And I'm thinking about population. You got half of western Colorado, probably 40% of Utah, virtually all of Arizona, a substantial portion of New Mexico, and all of those populations add up, and you think about the number of people affected. So my question is, when the Supreme Court or whoever is looking at this, does that enter into, we have the concept of one man, one vote. How many people are affected by this in Wyoming versus how many people are affected by this over the entire rest of the basin? And it's substantially worse than a David and Goliath thing. And I have to wonder, would we ever have enough money? So the question is, does the idea of population weigh heavily, more so than geography, on the jurist's mind?
General?
Well, Mr. Chairman and Representative Pendergraft, that's a good question. That's an obvious question. The number of dollars and cents involved in California and Arizona from this water, the number of people involved are huge compared to the upper basin. They just are. But the question of, does that bear on how the Supreme Court would rule? My answer is, according to the law, it would not. According to the law, a lot of the decision would be based upon an interpretation of the 1922 compact, and then there was an amendment to an upper compact. A lot of it would depend on the language in those compacts and the evidence that's produced about how much consumptive use there is and what the language in the documents meant. So it should determine based on the law and the facts. But does politics or the number of people involved come into play? You got to be nervous about that. But I can't sit here and say there's any rule of law that says that just the most people win.
Follow up? General, wouldn't you agree that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure when it comes to this situation, where we're trying to get ahead of the Goliath?
Chairman, I would agree completely, and I would agree that's true on these other three drainages, and I would agree that we need to get going on this one now and get our position right. Hopefully, if we work hard at it, we could still find some way to resolve this matter. I haven't been in those negotiations, but Mr. Braun and Mr. Gebhardt have been in them. And unfortunately, they haven't been productive so far.
It does seem, though, that if we can't stand up to other states financially, it's better off spending a little bit of money now, and that we really can't dither and delay to get this done. Would that be an accurate statement?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Well, that gets us done with request number one, exception request number one. So now if you just turn to page 23, there's exception request number 2. And that's my second priority. This is a request for 2 additional attorneys. So now we're over to Representative Harrelson's observation. In our Natural Resources Division, now we call these HB 300 attorneys. And what an HB 300 means is back in 1999, there was a House Bill 300 that established this account called, we call it FNRPA. It's an acronym, the Federal Natural Resources Policy Account. And back in 1999, it was recognized the state of Wyoming has a lot of interest in issues where the federal government, either through an agency like the BLM or like the EPA, has an interest, or where other entities sue the federal government, and that has an impact on Wyoming some way. So this account was set up to help the state, and it actually is available to help localities too, the FNRPA account, to deal with those issues. Well, back in 1999, there were just a couple of cases that we got some funding for 2 lawyers to do that. And as you know, that kind of work in our office has exploded. By 1915, or by 2015, we had 24 of those cases. By 23, we had 40 of those cases, and last year in 24, we had 55 of those kinds of cases. And those, let me give you an example. Those cases would be Endangered Species Acts, lawsuits over land use planning like the RMA in Southwest Wyoming that's been sued about, wild horses, federal regulations, requirements on coal and oil and gas leasing, EPA requirements, all kinds of things like that. There are dozens of them. And these cases are essential to Wyoming. They're about what Wyoming is as a state. And a lot of times they're about energy, but not only about energy. And so like the Colorado River, I can't overstate the importance of these cases to Wyoming. So I'm going to give you a few examples, and I brought a chart of our pending FNRPA cases now. And if any of you would like to see what's going on, what Wyoming is active in, I'll see that every one of you gets one of these. But here's some examples. There's a case called West Virginia and Wyoming where we have joined with the state of West Virginia and sued the EPA, challenging some EPA regulations under the Clean Air Act that greatly impact coal-fired power plants. And that is now pending before the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. And we're one of the two main parties in that. Another case that we have going right now is we've joined with North Dakota. And so it's North Dakota and Wyoming, those are the plaintiffs, versus the EPA. And it's another Clean Air Act, but for a different kind of source and regulation for stationary sources. So it's specific to power plants. A third case that we have going right, and that's also in the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. A third case that we're involved in, heavily involved in right now, is the American Lung Association versus EPA. Now, if you listen to the name of that case, it doesn't involve Wyoming. And the American Lung Association sued the EPA and said that new regulations that the EPA passed are not restrictive enough on coal-fired power plants. And so we joined that case, intervened to say, wait a minute, the EPA was right. This has a big deal to us. This is a big deal to us in Wyoming. So we're involved in that case. Another case I want to talk to you about is prairie dogs. There's an NGO, a non-governmental organization called Western Watersheds, and they sued the Forest Service. And the Forest Service administers the Thunder Basin National Grasslands, okay? And that's all in Wyoming. That's a big deal, right? Well, they sued the Forest Service because they said the Forest Service's plans and the way they're leasing grazing up there doesn't adequately protect prairie dogs. And not protecting prairie dogs then has an impact on black-footed ferrets. Well, Wyoming has a bigger interest in that case than the Forest Service ever does. That's at our heart. And so we intervened in that case and we're fighting that. That's the kind of stuff our HB 300 attorneys do. I made just a little brief list for you right now. Our HB 300 attorneys, these two, have 4 sage grouse cases going on. They're involved in 5 cases over EPA restrictions on emissions from trucks and vehicles. 4 cases where there's this rule called Waters of the US, where the feds have tried to increase their ability to control wetlands instead of watercourses. And we're involved in 4 cases on that, 6 cases on specific restrictions on leasing minerals, 7 cases on greenhouse emissions, 4 cases on coal leasing restrictions, and we just won one of those, you know. Other EPA issues, there's 5 cases like that. We can go on. So one of the newest of those cases is called Lighthizer versus Trump, and it's a Montana case. And this outfit called Lighthizer sued to stop President Trump's executive orders that rolled back some of the restrictions on energy development in the West. And they're designed to enhance fossil fuels mostly, but energy development in the West. And although that suit is in Montana, and also the suit is against the federal government, Wyoming has a huge interest in that. How that case, we needed to intervene, and we did, to protect what we have, and we're supporting the Trump administration. So here's an interesting thing. We had all these cases pending during the Biden administration, and we were suing the federal government. Now the administration is changing some of those regulations, but we still have the lawsuits because these other entities, Lighthizer and these non-government, Western Watersheds, these non-governmental entities are saying, no, you can't roll back those restrictions. And so we're having to be in court. Anyway, what happens if you have 40, 55 cases and only 2 lawyers? Well, you get attorneys who are overworked. You get a really difficult time taking on new cases. It's really hard for us to say, yeah, we need to jump into this next one because we're overworked with these. And so we get some of our other lawyers to try to help out. But I don't want you to think that's the only kind of stuff our law office does. We are involved in a bunch of other cases. We're involved in, I think, 4 cases against the ATF about firearms. We're involved in 2 cases involving companies that have tried to impose ESG requirements on mineral development companies, and we're fighting about those. I could just go on and on about the kind of national level cases that our attorneys are involved in. And so I'm here asking for funding for 2 more lawyers under HB 300, these FNRPA lawyers, to represent the state of Wyoming in these big things. And they would be in-house lawyers, and they would become specialists. And that's our request, number 2.
Okay, questions for priority number 2? Senator Guru.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Kind of going back to, I guess, Senator Salazar was kind of touching on it. You know, so much of what you do, you have no control over. I mean, these things, you're not making this stuff up. It's coming in the door at you, whether it's, as you said, whether it's coming, you know, with one administration in one vein and now a switch in another, and we see it, you know, whether it's Rock Springs RMP. I saw former Speaker Luthi over there somewhere talking about how those issues, you know, even though there's been a change of administration, more favorable on that score, still, whether it's NGOs or just getting the changes we need made. But the point is, so 2 attorney ask here versus all the stuff you know, and then all the stuff we don't know what's going to happen. How does that play in about where's the mark between a pool to hire outside counsel versus hiring 2 new lawyers here and say that's going to cover what we see on the board right now, but then do we keep a pool in reserve for, you know, hiring outside counsel for the things we don't see or things in between? How when you sit around the office and you work on how to come up with this ask, how does that play?
General.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Gru, that's the same great question of, do you want to hire outside counsel or do you want to develop expertise inside? I'm going to tell you, I told you about Chris Brown. We have an attorney named David DeWald in our office. He's the deputy in charge of the Natural Resources Division, and he is second to none in the country. He is really capable on these things. And his opinion is that for the most part, we could develop these attorneys in-house and they would be available to work together. And so that's what I can tell you. But there are firms who do this kind of stuff all the time. I think we can get more bang for the buck with an in-house lawyer, but there's no crystal ball.
And follow up? So that, and then to get back to other questions that the committee was asking then, and this is kind of my point. I know he'd asked that question, but the whole small but mighty versus the Goliaths that are out there of other states would have more resources, more attorneys. So in your view, what I'm getting is that this ask and the previous ask is getting us to a point where we're on a good legal footing, shall we say, as far as going forward, being able to maximize, punch above our weight, maximize our potential to be able to fight in fights that sometimes when we're outgunned, outspent. And then that is the conclusion that you've come to from where you sit. And that's how these requests come to us. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, that's a fair statement. I think it would put us in a good spot.
General, it looks like right now, these two attorneys, these HB 300 attorneys are carrying about 27 cases each. If we did give you these two additional attorneys, they'd be 13 cases each. What's the right number for these types of attorneys?
Boy, that's really hard. So I'm gonna say these cases really vary. Some cases will take all of your time for weeks. Other cases, you're only working with the state engineer and getting information in their offices, getting it for you, and you're just assimilating it. So you get a hold of them, and then you can work on other cases for a week while they're getting information for you. If we had, Mr. Chairman, if we had 40 of these kinds of cases and 4 lawyers, 10 cases apiece would not, you'd be overworked. You'd have plenty on your plate.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have kind of two-pronged question in regards to this issue, and the first question might be just some clarification on different moving parts. If we do increase the 2024 pay scale kind of budget, would these positions already have that factored in, and how much increase would that add to this? My second question is then for General Couts is, if we gave you the positions, do you believe you could find someone to fill the positions at the current pay scale or even the 2024 pay scale?
General?
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Representative Smith, I don't know the answer about that pay scale issue. Somebody else would know that. The question of, do I think I could fill these positions? If you look at the amount of pay, these are penciled in at roughly 135, somewhere around there would be the salary per year, plus benefits. I think I'd have to work to find the lawyers. I think hopefully I could. Hopefully I could find somebody who's got an interest in this kind of law and wants to not, if you're in a firm downtown and you get one of these cases a year, that's a big deal. And here you can work on them all day long. So we have some advantages we give to lawyers. You get to work on the big stuff all the time, and you get to wear the white hat all the time. And you get to have David DeWald and Chris Brown to knock back and forth with and work with. So I have some things that I would try to entice somebody. I hope I could find them for that. I really hope the new pay scale goes in and it applies to this. That would make it easier.
Director Hibbard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you see an L number like on page 23, it's priority number 2, ELF 0553. That's the 24 midpoint. So we're anticipating that on all the L numbers.
Okay, follow up? Other questions on this priority? Seeing none, please proceed.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so that's priority number 2 request. Then if we turn the page to page 25, there's a TRP request, and I understand that I'll just pass over the TRP requests. Okay. So then, I'm gonna take you to page 30 and just tell you, this is just, I think, for my information and yours. This is called Fund 492, and all it tells you is that not all of our lawyers are paid out of general fund direct appropriations to the Attorney General's office. Instead, there are a bunch of ways that they're funded, and this is one of the ways some of our attorneys are partially funded. And that is when boards and commissions charge fees or license fees, they have to put that in an interest-bearing account, and 50% of the interest earned goes to pay for the lawyers that represent those commissions, and that's all that is. So we can go on.
Okay, please proceed.
On page 32.
One moment, please, General.
Excuse me.
Director Hibbert?
Yeah, excuse me. So I just want to let everyone know on page 30, when they see that 50%, that is taken into consideration within the statewide cost allocation on a debit credit basis, which is already collected by the AG. We don't double bill them through the statewide cost allocation. So that's in line with the statewide cost allocation. Thank you.
Please proceed, General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's correct, yeah. Thank you for the clarification. Page 32 and 33 relate to the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. And folks, I'm just gonna mention this because I didn't know about it before I became Attorney General. But we have a Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. They work on Medicaid fraud by providers. And think about that. That's an interesting thought. Last year, they worked on 65 cases and recovered over $1.4 million for the state. Pretty amazing. Anyway, that's Medicaid fraud.
General, I think Representative Pendergraft, Senator Larson, and Representative Sherwood are going to find that very interesting. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so if we, and there's a TRP request for them as well. Let's see, passing page 37 is the school funding equity unit, and we already talked about that. If we get to page 40, there's a tobacco unit. You all know that the tobacco master settlement back in 1998 got a bunch of money for the state, and it will keep coming in forever, and it gives the Attorney General's office a job of enforcing that. And our attorney generals who work on this actually go around the state and double check to see if people are complying with the law on tobacco. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. All right. If we move on, I'm going to call your attention to page 45. Now we're in our consumer protection unit.
General, one moment, please.
Excuse me.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, back to the tobacco settlement. A conversation that I had with somebody, I think the staff, but we were talking about the tobacco settlement funds, and those funds are directed by statute to go to certain places. Question, we have opioid settlement money. Is it time for us to take a look, for this body to take a look at some sort of legislation on that money too? Right now, it's from the federal government, it's lined out to some places it's supposed to go, but I was just wondering, have you all talked about that at all?
General?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, that's right where we are. Page 45 has the opioid funds at the bottom. And you can see what's in the account what the expenditures have been and what estimates are for the future. And as you know, those opioid settlement funds are restricted to some extent in how they can be spent. And would it be appropriate to have legislation directing that? However you would like to do it is okay with me.
Thank you.
You can see that we don't have immediate plans to reduce the fund way down. It wouldn't harm us. It would be, I think it would be a fruitful discussion to have of what should happen with those funds.
Thanks.
Director Hibbert?
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, on page 45, you'll see the Consumer Protection Fund, which we currently are transacting the opioid funding through. And you'll see that the AG's office gets a small portion of that, then the Department of Health and their Unit 501, and then Department of Health again in their Unit 2501 gets the money flowing through that by appropriation from the legislature. So there's a conversation that would take place with the AG's office on their share and their responsibility, but also when we have the conversation with the Department of Health, we can explore this further as well.
Director, and maybe this is a question for Ms. Christensen as well. I can see in 25 and 26 here, we have a $7 million expenditure where it had been, considerably less, and we're coming back down to 2.5 in this budget, 2.5 million. Is there an explanation for that large increase in 25, 26?
Yeah, the advent of the collection of the opioid settlement money.
That's when that began. Okay. And was the expenditure based on administering that as the money came in?
There's naturally with everything, there's a portion of administration, but a lot of this was directly through the Department of Health for specific issues related to overcoming opioid problems within the boundaries of Wyoming through the Department of Health's activities. Again, the Department of Health will be able to give us a really concise, clear explanation of how they've been progressing with that. But it is important to note that we have this in the Consumer Protection Fund. Now, not trying to go too far in the conversation, but when I was looking at this and developing this table, working with the AG's office on more than one occasion, perhaps there needs to be a fund that's separate and make it the opioid settlement fund like we have the tobacco fund. And then it won't be in this consumer protection fund. That's just an alternative, not anything more or less.
So again, on this $7 million in 25 and 26 versus 2.5 going forward, you're saying it wasn't necessarily administration, but this is an expenditure. I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around this.
Correct.
Rising so much.
The lion's share, the bulk of this is to be delivered to the citizens of Wyoming to overcome opioid addiction. I would never sit here and say there's not a small portion of administration that's associated with this. I just don't want to step out of line on that. But the bulk of it is going to directly administer to the opioid crisis.
So Director, with an expectation that it's going down to 2.5 million in this next budget, I assume that the Department of Health is holding on to a lot of those funds and they anticipate using them for some time. Is that an accurate assumption?
Mr. Chairman, what I think is that the opioid settlement money, the law came in, the revenue came in, it got distributed to us, there was a spike. And now we believe through the collaboration with the Attorney General's office and the Department of Health that we are now on this curve of 2.5 million. That's how I explain that.
Okay. All right. General, please proceed. Oh, Representative Sherwood, please.
Thank you. Just in the same vein, could I ask that staff flag this for us when we get to the Department of Health so we can have the same conversation sort of on the other side when we're in their budget? Thank you.
All right, duly noted. Other comments or questions? All right, General, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I would be happy to find some more very specific information about how the funds are supposed to be administered. My understanding, just this is, don't hold me to this one, but most of the funds, I think, are for treatment or prevention of opioid problems, and so that would relate to the Department of Health. Some are for consumer protection, and that would relate to the consumer. But we'd be happy to get you the exact, how that's supposed to work. Excuse me. All right, so then, if we can go on, I'm going to go on to page 51. There's really nothing but there's no exception request in here besides the TRP, but this is Medicaid health reimbursable costs. And so I just wanted to point out to all of you that part of our office recovers funds usually from estates from the estates of people who have utilized Medicaid to be in a nursing home or for their last illness or something like that. And they have a house or they have enough money to pay for it, but we didn't make them sell out. And then we go back and recover that money. And in 2025 so far, our attorneys have worked on 913 of those cases and recovered $3,383,000 for the state.
General, on that note, I'm assuming that effort to recover takes place after they've passed away. Is that what you're describing there?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear you well.
So you said that they allow them to keep their assets while they're living, and then,
yes.
so this is a recovery that takes place after their death.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Okay. Now if we turn to page 57, we're up to DCI. And this is where we're gonna see a lot of my exception requests. To give you a quick overview of DCI, you're aware, you read in the paper when there's a special case in some part of our state, in some community, maybe an officer-involved shooting or some murder or some difficult thing, the Department of Criminal Investigation provides additional assistance to local law enforcement to investigate those. And they have a bunch of specialists. DCI also has regional enforcement teams that deal with drug interdiction. They have a cold case team. And then they have a computer crime team, and that includes internet crimes against children, ICAC. And there's been a big increase in those kinds of crimes, unfortunately. That unit handled over 1,100 referrals of internet crimes against children last year. It's astounding to me. That unit investigated, so they did a forensics evaluation of 278 devices last year. Now that's a huge thing. It takes a lot of work to get into a locked up encrypted device and find out what's on there. And they did 278, and the numbers this year are growing. So just to give you, that's a background. Then in addition to those things, the DCI has, as I mentioned, the crime lab and the computer, or the criminal information systems. So we come up to page 61, and
General, just briefly, we have a question from Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the ICAC, the ICAC, I would assume that there are task forces in other states. Do we have some sort of a cooperative partnership with them? Because this sort of thing is bound to cross state lines routinely.
General?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, I believe our agencies share information and cooperate, but I'm going to ask Director Jones to respond to that.
Ms. Martinell? Down here in the front row.
I'm short, sorry.
Thank you.
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, we don't have any formal MOUs with outside agencies, but we collaborate with agencies across the country and even outside of the country daily on these types of cases.
Follow-up?
Follow-up, maybe more of a comment. I mean, I'm on the outside. I don't know what it's like in there, but it sure seems to me like we could rely on information and frankly, some financial support from some of our more wealthy neighboring states that are already working on the same cases, perhaps. Just thinking out loud. Not really a question there, wouldn't you agree?
Wouldn't you agree?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, I guess I'm not really sure the point you're trying to make.
Thank you. So this is an independent Wyoming agency, states internet crimes against children. But I would imagine that many of the cases they work on affect people in other states. It just seems to me like this might be more appropriately shared with other states and sharing their assets, not just information, technology, whatever, in a cooperative effort. Again, I've just introduced to this, so I don't know what it would look like, but I just wanted to know if we're already doing that. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Representative Pendergraft, you're correct, but I will say that although a lot of the cases probably, well, I don't know the percentage, but a lot of the cases we work on, the suspects are in other states. The same is true the other way. There's other states working on cases where the suspects are here in Wyoming. And so that's where that collaboration comes in. They call us and we call them, and we do work together. We do share resources with other states on this issue.
Mr. Co-Chair?
So I have two questions. First of all, why are we seeing an increase? And second of all, are we getting these people? Are we getting those who are guilty of these crimes?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I don't know why we're seeing an increase. I think that's anyone's guess. We are getting some of them, but we're not getting enough of them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. General, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had an exception request, which was priority number 10 there, and the governor recommended denial of that request. And so, I'm here to support the governor's proposed budget unless you want me to comment on the request anyway.
I think you can proceed. General.
Okay. Thank you. Then if we turn to page 63, there's another request for an exception, priority number 13, and that's for travel money to use for the motor pool for DCI. And DCI has a budget for that, but the amount of travel has increased more than was anticipated, a lot more than it was anticipated. In fact, we're gonna go in the red, or we are in the red already for this biennium, and we're hoping to get a one-time thing to catch us up on this biennium and then increase it for the next biennium. That's about as much as I have, is there's just not enough in the current budget considering the amount of travel that the DCI agents are being called to do. Now, I want you to know there are agents spread all over the state, so it's not like they're all just here in Wyoming. But there are numerous calls, a lot of calls, and the travel is required.
Questions? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually surprised to see that the agents don't have a vehicle assigned to them. And I know there's a cost-benefit analysis to that, but I'm assuming they're sometimes driving it like it's stolen and maybe enthusiastically using that vehicle. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, pros and cons of having it assigned to DCI versus having to use motor pool. Thank you.
General?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, I'm going to ask Mr. Jones to comment on whether the agents want their own cars.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, I'm not sure I quite understand what you're talking about. What I will say is that our agents are assigned take-home vehicles, so they're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And all of them are subject to call 24/7, 365. We get our vehicles from Motor Pool, and then we pay the per mile rate like I assume everyone else does. So I hope that answered your question.
Follow-up, Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm probably the one confused on this side of it in terms of, an agency vehicle versus then checking out or using through motor pool. So I will educate myself on the nuance on this one. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, do you want to follow up that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Sherwood, I will tell you that we do have, I don't know how many, probably 10 to 15 agency-owned vehicles, and those vehicles are generally purchased with grant funding and are used by task force officers. So there are a few agency-owned vehicles, but the majority of them are motor pool vehicles. Yes.
Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe to follow up with what Representative Sherwood was talking about, driving it like you stole it. I actually had the privilege of, I guess my first question would be, how often does DCI have to respond to an emergency type situation? And as far as driving it like you stole it, I was actually doing a ride along with Highway Patrol once and stopped DCI. So that's kind of
Oops.
one of those things.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, it's a good day to be the director, I guess. I guess the way I would respond to that is there are times when our agents are required, and I don't like your term, but I will use it to drive it like they stole it. I mean, if there's an officer-involved shooting and a local agency needs our help right now, we're gonna get there as quickly as possible. I can think of a time, I don't know, 6, 7 years ago, when there was a gentleman up in the Attorney General's office in Casper that was actually holding someone hostage. And we all went as quick as we could get there to provide that service. So I would say that it's not near as often as you would see a highway patrol trooper exceeding the speed limit, but there are times where it's necessary. I mean, for example, a lot of what we do is surveillance, moving surveillance, and you can't have one person following the same vehicle for miles and miles and miles without being seen. So we may have 5 or 6 different vehicles that take turns, they rotate, they let the vehicles go by, and then they have to catch up. So there's a lot of situations where it is necessary for our agents to exceed the speed limit or whatever else that might mean.
Thank you, Director Jones. Thank you. Yes. Okay. General, you can please proceed.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
wait one moment. I guess we got another one. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at page 63, and the request total, $386,000, includes an immediate appropriation for $167,000. I assume that is to catch up. You said we were already in the red. And then for the next couple of years, 218,000, 219,000. But in the subsequent, because of the way this is written, in the subsequent biennium, that number would go back up to 386 into perpetuity, as if I read it correctly. I just want to make sure that we're not making an error there and throwing an extra 100. I guess the way to put it would be, if 218,761 is good for 27, it ought to be good for every year. It shouldn't bump. I hope that makes sense.
I think
Yes, sir.
the term you're looking for is one time only for this immediate appropriation versus getting it into the base budget. So Director Hibbert, please opine.
Mr. Chairman, I had the intent of bringing this up to the Joint Appropriations Committee on the sidebar afterward, but I'm just going to deal with it directly. If you go to page 64, you'll see that the request is in 223. We made a mistake. On the table, you'll see that the request was actually in 233 rather than 223 for the 386,000. Now, the governor's rec was not effective immediate, nothing associated with that. But if you look at this Chapter 17 report, and if you look at the report on page 65, you'll see that the permanently assigned vehicles was at 761,348 in the base. We gave them an adjustment through the B11 on inflation to 1.2 million. So basically, the state budget department, we didn't catch that. So if I had known that at that point in time, and I would have made a recommendation, something that's different to the chief executive than the one that I had. So there's two things going on here hand in hand. One is we didn't use the correct object category. That needs to be adjusted. And the other is that the request needs to be considered under the influence of the already increased standard budget for this biennium. Hopefully I didn't confuse that more.
Yeah, I think clear as mud right now. Okay? Any further questions? Yes. Representative Pendergraft.
Then, Mr. Hibbert, I'd like to touch base with you afterward and get a recommendation as to how to correct this.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's best. It's complicated.
Okay. Thank you. General, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Pendergraft. We don't want to double dip. If there's already an increase that will cover part of our additional costs, that's great. However, we just want to have enough so we're not in the red. Okay. So now if you turn to page 67, we're up to the crime lab. And there's a good description of the crime lab. It's important for you to know that the state crime lab is the only certified lab in the state of Wyoming, and they provide forensic services to every law enforcement agency in the state. Everybody gets to send their information, their evidence to the state crime lab for analysis. And for instance, in this year so far, we've had over 8,000 analysis requests sent to the state crime lab. We have an exception request, and you'll find that on the bottom of page 69, and that's priority number 6. In the past, the crime lab had a firearms unit, and it had 2 agents, or two lab techs who worked in that firearms unit. And For those of you who were around a few years back, there were some difficulties with that particular unit, and we've got that all straightened out, and all the cases that they worked on, they don't work there anymore. We got all the cases they worked on straightened out. In the meantime, to provide firearm services to all these agencies, we've been contracting and sending the bullets or the firearm or something, whatever it is, out of state to certified labs and getting information from them. It turns out that it will be a lot more efficient financially for us to continue contracting those out rather than running a lab ourselves. The cost of replacing those people and getting them equipment back that we would need and the training for it and running the lab will be greater than contracting this out. So this exception request is for $180,000 or $160,000, average of $2,000 a case, for a biennium to send firearms work out of state instead of have it in the lab.
Okay, questions on this priority? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this. Thank you for doing that analysis, which is more efficient. I'm curious on why there's not a fee charged for this service. Thank you.
Okay.
General?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, there's not a fee charged for the lab analysis to any state agency because virtually all of the crimes are state crimes. It's enforcement of state laws. And so it's not like the city of Casper or the Natrona County is enforcing their law. When their deputies arrest somebody for burglary, it's violating a state law. And so the state pays for those. Then the state prosecutes them, the state puts them in jail.
Representative Sherwood, follow up?
Thank you. I wonder if Director Hibbard has any comments on cost allocation. Thank you.
Mr.
Dr.
Chairman.
Hibbard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the cost allocation recovers this cost for the state of Wyoming when it impacts the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, General, for being here. My question would be, as we're arguing this on the floor, and, guns usually are a hot topic on the floor, how many people, if you were to have in your agency to hire, would it take to cover this? That way we can just kind of have a comparison for the people on the floor when we're trying to argue this. If this is a cost savings, how many people would it take in your agency as a full-time employee to handle this? Could you give me an amount?
General?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Angelos, in the past, we had 2 people, but there would be additional costs besides the personnel to get the lab up and running. And if you're interested, I believe DCI can provide us with those numbers now. I think they have them. You want to tell us?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Angelos, when we did the analysis on how best to move forward with this unit, the cost to stand the unit back up was $715,000. That's $315,000 for a new piece of equipment, $80,000 for travel and training, and $320,000 for a consultant to be on site for a minimum of 2 years. Now, it wouldn't be every day, but that training process is at a minimum of 2 years to get those 2 employees up to standards to be able to do those cases.
Director Jones, stay there for just a moment. Further questions at this point? Director Jones, on this study, did you also look at what the time frame issue is going to be, sending this out of state to a lab versus taking care of it? Was that accounted for in your analysis? And one other question, the 2 personnel that used to run this lab, have they been absorbed into another part of your agency, or are have they been relinquished into your vacancy list?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I understand your first question.
Let me clarify for you. During the analysis, when you're doing an efficiency analysis, one thing is customer service, turnaround, getting the data back in time. Obviously, sending this stuff out of state adds time versus getting right on it. Your priority, you may not be the highest priority at that other lab versus their workload, whereas if you had your own lab, you'd be definitely the highest priority. So was that time frame taken into account, and what is the difference, if you know?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The timeframe is it's probably, well, it's very similar, but I would say it's probably even more efficient for us to send it out. We get it back quicker, and we're actually not sending it to another lab. We're sending it to a firearms consultant who is an expert in that area. So I do think we get more attention because we have a contract with them. To answer your other question, we have needs elsewhere within DCI. And so I'll tell you what we did with those. There's actually 3 positions. There was a supervisor over the unit, and then there were 2 analysts. During the analysis of what happened, actually 2.5 years ago when I came over here and started learning about the lab, one of the things that we discussed was the cost for analysis in each one of the units. And it was very clear to me at that time that the cost for firearms with 2 full-time employees and a supervisor, at least in my mind, was way too high for the number of cases that we were working. During that time, and even prior to my tenure, there's been a steady increase in the amount of cases that are submitted for analysis. The 2 areas where we have the biggest need, at least in the lab, is in the chemistry unit, which is consistently 7% higher every year, and then in our toxicology unit. So we reclassified those 2 positions down to entry level, and we're moving them over to those units to address the challenges there. And then in our ICAC unit, we have challenges there. We have a serious need in our ICAC unit for forensic investigator. And so we reclassified the supervisor position into a civilian forensic investigator, and that position is going to sit in ICAC, but provide services to all of the agents in DCI, as well as all of the local and city police departments and other state agencies for digital support around the state.
Thank you for that explanation. Yes, all right. Any further questions? Seeing none, General, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, if you turn to page 70, was our exception request priority number 9, and the governor declined that one also. So we'll just pass it.
Sure would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So not getting into, I guess, the issues of why or why not, I'm wondering, because this is related to DUIs, would you be able to pay for these expenses out of Fund 609? That's on page 105, 106. I'm just curious if that's something that, the fund has a good balance, if that fund would be permitted to cover those expenses. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give Director Hibbard just a moment. Director Hibbard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Let me have a chance to go into that fund and take a peek at that.
All right, we'll get back to that later. Yep. All right, General, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay then, if we move on to page 75, this starts the part of DCI that is Criminal Justice Information Systems. This is of a huge importance to the state. This is the hub where all criminal information is exchanged between agencies. So for instance, any state criminal case that needs a history, this is where someone would go to find out if an arrestee had been previously convicted or if he was wanted someplace, those kinds of things. It provides fingerprint analysis, both for evidence kinds of things and for background checks, and they do a lot of those. You probably saw in the narrative, over 24,000 applications with fingerprint cards for background checks in '24. It runs the concealed firearm permit unit. It runs the sexual offender registration, all those kinds of things. So now if you turn to page 78, you'll see exception request. It's my priority number 4. And the request is for this thing called inlets, NLETS, National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System. That's an organization that gives access to us in Wyoming to have criminal information from other states and from the federal government. And we have to pay dues to it every year. And the dues have gone up. And so this request provides that increase in dues. What happens if we don't have this? Well, if we don't have this, we can't get NCIC information when somebody gets arrested on the highway and the officer wants to find out if he's wanted in another state or has a record. We would not be able to get that. So that's what this inlets request is for.
General, that's almost a 50% increase. Do we know why they're increasing it so much in this next year?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask if DCI has heard from inlets about why the increase.
Director Jones?
Mr. Chairman, that's a very good question, and it's one that all of the directors of all 50 states around the country have as well. So Inlets is a nonprofit, but they're the only game in town. There's no one else that provides this service. And as a result of these dues increases, well, prior to the dues increase, one of the organizations that I'm a member of reached out to Inlets and requested an audit of their finances. And they did not agree to that. So, you know, their position is, just like everyone else, is that the cost of doing business has gone up, which I would agree. But 50%, we all have that same question. And as you know, Wyoming is one vote on that board. All 50 states are represented on that board. Wyoming voted no on the fee increase, but we lost. And so they say it's just due to the cost of doing business, and that's really the best answer I can give you.
Okay. Well, thank you for making the effort. General, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you have a great question, and it's going to keep coming up. Why are these increases? And they all relate to us getting this access of information from other places. It's really connected. Page 79 has my priority number 5 request. This is FIPS, which is Federal Information Processing Standard. So the feds have updated their security requirements, and they told us that we have to meet those security requirements if we want to connect with NCIC again. And if we don't update both our hardware and our software, we won't be in compliance. And and then we would not be able to connect with NCIC and get the information. So that's what this request is, priority number 5.
Any questions on priority number 5? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now if you go to page 81, really the number is at the bottom of page 80, priority number 7, but that's all, it's on the bottom of 87. And then the request is found on page 81. As you can imagine, the DCI keeping all these criminal records has lots of data stored. And the best option for us, for them, was to use what's called a cohesive appliance. That's a cloud-based storage for that data. The costs in the past for that cloud-based storage were being billed to ETS. And correctly for the budget, it should be billed to DCI, not ETS. And so this request switches that payment for cohesity over from ETS to the Department of DCI, to the AG's budget.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned yesterday that I'm kind of a debit and credit guy. If we're transferring, and I gotta admit, serious sticker shock, similar to the last one. That's staggering, but okay, we'll accept it at face value. So if you're transferring that from ETS, shouldn't there then, Mr. Hibbard, be a corresponding entry at ETS? One debit, one credit, or is that covered in the, please explain.
Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, could you ask the question again? I was researching the other question.
I think we may have covered this 2 days ago with ETS, but I think the representative just wanted to confirm that there was a corresponding negative adjustment at ETS to this $91,200 increase at the DA's office.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
general's office.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. General, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, if you turn to page 82, you'll see accept and request priority number 8, which is titled Disaster Recovery. Here's the quick description of this. For us to have access to all of the national criminal information things, including NCIC that FBI has provided, they require us to have a disaster recovery system in place, and we don't have one. That leads to 2 problems. First, if we were to have a disaster, we wouldn't have a backup system at all. And second, if we don't get a backup system, even if there's not a disaster, FBI could deny us NCIC access. So originally, when we were developing this budget in maybe September, July, August, September, sometime there, we put together this request for hardware for a separate backup system and maintenance agreements, and it comes out to, you can see there, $3,101,000. But since then, Director Jones has investigated a way to do this in the cloud for a substantially less number. And so the governor has approved $500,000 in this budget to get a disaster recovery thing in the cloud up and running. And that's what the request is for.
Well done, Director Jones. I've asked Director Crane to come up and just give his take on this situation.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Jeff Kleins, Director of ETS. So this was, the original request was a collaborative effort between ETS and the DCI group. And it was really a true duplicate of their data center here with hardware, software, internet connectivity and stuff. And in cooperation with Director Jones, we looked at the true understanding of what this was, because this addresses a audit by CJIS, or the Criminal Justice Information stuff, with the FBI. It says you don't have a DR stuff. So we looked at, what's included in this, and it really comes down to a couple primary applications. And those applications go end of life in 2029, or the technology behind them. So we also are looking at, well, what's the risk where we're gonna have to redo those applications in a few years anyway and do another one. So we took the approach of saying, well, if those applications were cloud native, cloud would have a disaster recovery that would meet the CJIS requirements. So if we just start that redesign of those applications earlier, we can save money by not having to duplicate a whole hardware environment, and we can kill two birds with one stone, if you will. So the $500,000 recommendation is money to start the process to look at those applications, redesign them and start doing that. And then if there's an additional need to complete that, then they could come back to the legislature and the governor next biennium to request additional funds to complete that process.
Any questions on this priority? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you for this collaborative approach to problem solving. This is an example I hope other agencies take advantage of in terms of reaching out to ETS and sitting down and really talking through those needs. So thank you for that. I'm on this still like, ooh, grant funding. So on page 83, there is a mention of DCI researching grant funding. With this solution identified, maybe the grant funding doesn't align up, but Mr. Hibbard, I know you're working on a question I already had. I'm sorry to keep throwing on top of you, but wondering if it's still a valid exercise for the grant office to collaborate with DCI on trying to find funding for this request as well.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. That technical service request is active now, and we're researching those opportunities.
They are on top of it. Very good. All right, any further questions on this priority? All right, thank you for coming forward. Oh, he wants to stick around, stick around.
Thank you. And I like the collaborative approach, so thank you very
Yes,
much. Okay, if you turn the page to 84, priority number 11 is called a milestone server replacement. DCI has this server they call the milestone server, and it stores and handles surveillance evidence, and there's a lot of that DCI does. It's a really important tool. This particular server is a 2011 model. It's completely outdated. It's insecure. It's becoming unstable, and that's why I asked ETS to be here. It needs to be replaced. It just does, and so that's the request here.
And upon this as well?
Just to echo agreement with the Attorney General, he outlined it fairly well. It's a legacy software and hardware that needs to be updated, and so this request also represents a collaborative approach with ETS to recommend replacement.
Okay. Any questions on this priority? Seeing none, please proceed, General.
Thank you. Well, now on page 85 is priority number 17. Message switch maintenance cost increase. Okay, so what it amounts to is that when you have different agencies submitting criminal information requests back and forth, you need these things called message switches that communicate with each other. Wyoming Department of Transportation has gone to a new system for their driver's licenses and their information. And we need a new switch to enable officers on the road to be able to look up and get driver's license information. Well, YDOT is paying for the switch, but DCI will have to pay for the annual maintenance cost on that switch. And that's what this particular request is for, number 17.
$30,000 for maintenance on a switch. Okay. Any questions on this priority? I need to get into the switch maintenance business. All right, General, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we go, there's nothing unique about the next few pages. So if you want, we can jump up to page 94. This next exception request, and it's listed here as number 18A, and I'm going to apologize for the A and the B stuff. That has to do with my adding a request in at the time when the governor was getting this stuff ready for the budget department to put together. And so there it is. And it's called 18A. And what this is equipment and software for one of our ICAC agents to be able to investigate those accusations of crimes against children, to be able to investigate computers and those kinds of things. And we have the agent, he just doesn't have the software licenses primarily and a computer. Now, when you look at this particular request, if you're looking at the top of page 95, it lists the things that are involved in this request. And you can see the licenses, and then it's down to, and then it has a laptop computer at the bottom. You should draw a line through that, because actually that shows up on the next page in the TRP request. The same laptop, it shows up, so we don't want to double that up. But that's what the request is for one of our ICAC agents to get licenses so that he doesn't have to share computer, doesn't have to share licenses with another investigator.
And without doing the math, Director Hibbert, is that double accounted for, or is it been removed from item number 18A?
Mr. Chairman, the testimony from the general would suggest, and I will make sure I follow up with this, is that it is doubled currently. But I'll have a conversation to fully verify that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Administrator Ketchum just advised me that it's not doubled.
Not doubled up, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Jess.
Thank you. Director, or I'm sorry, General, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, Mr. Chairman, then we go to the TRP requests. So everything after that is pretty standard.
Standard budget.
If we get to page 102, one of our units in DCI is called the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Unit. They get a grant that pays for drug task forces. The spending authority for that grant needs to be increased so that we can use all of the grant that we're going to get. We're going to get some more money, and that's all that request is for. Priority number 12 on page 103 is for a grant increase.
Any questions on this priority, number 12? Seeing none,
Okay.
please proceed.
No exception requests at there's a couple in the middle there, and nothing else for a while.
Director Hibbert.
On page 106, the asset forfeiture projects, I would like to have the opportunity to work with the Attorney General's office. This would be typical for the department to do that, because I couldn't find anything in specificity in the time that I just spent on that. So we'll collaborate with the AG's office and get you a note on whether or not those tests would qualify for the forfeiture fees and get you that information.
Thank you. Representative Sherwood.
Yes, just to clarify again, and for the public listening, so there's a request for upgrading crime lab equipment. And then we are going to see the results of the collaboration between State Budget Department, AG, DCI to understand if we can use funds out of this state asset forfeiture account to pay for that crime lab equipment. Thank you.
Great point, Representative Sherwood. All right, General, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great idea. I like it. We'll see. Okay, we have some grants in here that you folks will see are pretty standard and continuing. If you get to 119 is the next exception request. And this is an important, I think, a very important exception request. In fact, it's my priority number 3. DCI pays a vendor to provide a sex offender registration system for Wyoming, and it's an outstanding system. If you've ever gone online and looked at it, it's a really good system. There are a lot of features that are wonderful for parents and for people who live in a particular community. Offenders who have to register are charged $120. The $120 doesn't come anywhere close to paying for the registration, not even remotely close. Up to this point, by the way, that was started in 1994. Up to this point, we've had grants that provide for the cost of maintaining this sex offender registration. This year, the grant provider turned us down and said, you know, there's a time when we anticipate you guys getting off the grants, and we're gonna help people who don't have systems in place. And so they're turning it over to us. And so the cost to this vendor for maintaining our sex offender registration in Wyoming is $241,715, and that's what the request is for.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this $120 fee paid for by the offender themselves is not enough. If the entire balance of this were going to be charged out to the offenders themselves, what would a fee be?
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chairman and Representative Pendergraft, if you look at the narrative there, over the last 2 years, DSCI has collected an average of $44,000 per year in sex offender registration fees. So that would leave a shortage of $120,000 each year. Okay, so if the $120 is coming up with $144, we pretty much have to triple that to cover or quadruple it to cover the shortage. So maybe it would be, I'm just off the top of my head, $400 or $500.
Okay, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this might be for Director Hibbard. Sex offender registry is required by federal law, from what I gather. Is there any cost allocation options for covering this maintenance cost through cost allocations? That's question number 1. Number 2, one thing that I will say, having worked with people that are in this system, there's a number of them that it's financially problematic. These people, a lot of them, because of the decisions they made in their past, it's affecting their ability to make money into the future. A sex offender registry pretty much tanks your ability to hold a good job, and it should in ways. I mean, I'm not knocking that reality, but at the same time, we need to be careful that we don't put too much of a strain on the individual financially where they can't be able to comply. And they find themselves back into our correctional facilities because they couldn't apply with the standards we placed on them, nor the financial burden we placed on them. So the balance somewhere needs to be found in that, and maybe the first question might help answer the second.
Mr. Chairman, where you see a general fund appropriation to the Attorney General's office, that would be no different than what we experience with the State Auditor's Office, the State Budget Department. Those are, the Attorney General's office is a shared service organization. So their administration does in fact get cost allocated when there's a general fund appropriation. If it's a federal fund, naturally not. If it's a special revenue fund, there's, that's subject to the cost allocation rules. However, just consider the Attorney General's office as a shared service organization under the statewide cost allocation.
Director Hibbard, these $120 fees, are they not a special fund?
Mr. Chairman, yes, in 510, you have a fund balance that is the sex offender registration. However, this particular ask, if I'm following on page 120, is a general fund request for 292 for maintenance.
So are we not applying the $120 fee to this expenditure?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so if you go further to the appropriation on, you'll see that there's a general fund ask in there. On page 121, you're seeing that, and you'll see a special revenue fund ask for the total. So if it becomes a general fund ask, sometimes there's challenges with the fund balances. Sometimes there's challenges with the qualification of the fund balance, but in this case, if this is approved, then that would lead to the statewide cost allocation and recovery through the SWICAP. One point that I think would be helpful is to have a special revenue table on this fund balance for you.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, I believe you said a date in there as to when this registry was started. How old is that $120 fee? When did they set that amount?
General?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, I'll have to get you the legislative history on what it originally was and how it has changed over the years. I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll follow up with you on that one. Okay. General, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now on page 123, we start with the Law Enforcement Academy. There's a pretty good narrative of the Law Enforcement Academy. I'm going to tell you that they got an international award for the quality of their training. I'm pretty proud to be part of that organization. Anyway, if you go to page 125, we have an exception request, priority number 20. And this is for an IT person, ET person, to be specifically stationed at the Law Enforcement Academy. The Law Enforcement Academy has advanced and modernized a lot of its program, and a pretty good chunk of its training involves computers and involves online things. And they've done some pretty fascinating studies to see that the results are better, improved results than they were having before with this new technology stuff. But in the past, they had an IT person at the Law Enforcement Academy, and then for whatever reason, that person was moved to Casper as part of ETS. And this is a request to have them move back. And there has also been a cooperative effort with ETS to understand the move of that position as well. So that's what this is for, is to have somebody there to keep stuff up and running when we have students at the academy, which there are just about year-round, all the time. There are students there.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. just, we can continue discussing this, but if we wouldn't mind jumping back to priority 14 on the page before, that'd be amazing too.
We skipped the utilities cost increase. If you want to just give us your thoughts on that.
Why did I miss that?
Easy to do.
I tabbed it on the bottom, Mr. Chairman, Representative Harold. My sincere apologies. I'm sorry. I thought that was a real cute place to put that, and I missed it. Okay, so.
It seems Representative Harrelson has some real concern about the utility.
Well, I'm glad he
increase,
got it. And the Law Enforcement Academy be glad that he got it too. The Law Enforcement Academy is running in the red on their utility bills. We had a long discussion about how's this been happening, and it's been going on. It's not anything brand new. And they've been robbing from Peter to pay Paul and delaying other things that needed to be taken care of at the academy to pay their bills. And it's just to the point where we gotta pay the utilities. And so this is a request for funds to do that.
Questions on 14, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, the reason I wanted to talk about it is a couple years back, I had the privilege of touring our great facility up there in Douglas. And as we're walking through it and getting that tour, I noticed something that caught my attention. And it was a sign by the door, the light switch. And this sign by the light switch, and I probably won't get it verbatim, but what it basically said is, turn off the lights, it's the taxpayers' dollars. And I know it was actually a little more colorful than that. But I really appreciated the fact that there was the understanding that this is a privilege. The taxpayers give us this privilege. Now let's not trample that privilege. And so when I see a utility, all utility costs are going up. And that's just reality. So whenever I wanted to go back here, is more to say I really appreciate and kudos to our great crew up there in Douglas that are doing a phenomenal job of saying, hey, we understand it costs money to do this game, but let's do our part to make sure it doesn't cost more than it needs to. And the simple things of turning out the light, hopefully we all learned that when we were kids at home. We're still teaching my kids that, obviously. But the reality is turn off the light when you leave the room type concept. And that's a small portion of this conversation, but it's the heart that I appreciate, so thank you, guys.
We're gonna have to get some automated switches there at the Law Enforcement Academy. General, well, first of all, are there any further questions on this priority? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if, could you speak to, do you need this immediately in this current fiscal year because you're running in the red, and then an increase moving forward into the next biennium? Thank you.
General.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, I'm gonna ask Director Bain. Do you know, are we in the red now?
Members of Congress, Chuck Bain, the director at the Law Enforcement Academy. Representative Sherwood, thank you for the question. The balance of this budget to make this thing up is ultimately going to come from other divisions within the Attorney General's office that we've done in the past. So it's going to get to the point that if we don't have the funding from other sources that are turning things back that could be reallocated to the academy, I'm going to be washing dishes somewhere. So that would be a question to the fiscal office to say what would be available to make up that deficit.
Follow-up? Representative Sherwood.
Yeah, I think if we can make a note and circle back to that, just for clarification on what is needed now immediately, and then verifying the number that's needed moving forward. Thank you.
We'll circle back to that. And are there any questions on priority 20 on page 125? Seeing none, please proceed, General.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that gets us up to page 126. The exception request, priority number 27, is for a card reader, credit card reader, and the maintenance agreement that meets ETS security requirements. What we have now doesn't. And this would be shared with DCI, so this is half of the cost for that. That's the $1,700 cost.
All right, any questions on this priority? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay. If you turn to page 127, priority number 28, there's a program that's a database for officers who go through the academy, and for officers who have gotten additional training anywhere, and Post keeps track of these things. In the past, this was paid through forfeiture funds, and this is a request to pay for that database through the general fund.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess if you could walk us through that decision to no longer use the forfeiture funds, but then thinking about on page 134, there's a narrative around the enterprise account, which does talk about fees for training. So another question about saving some general funds. Could this maintenance agreement be paid for out of the enterprise account? There's currently a $1 million balance in there. And again, the enterprise account is on page 134. Thank you.
General?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Sherwood, I'm going to ask Director Bain again.
Yes, that in the history of the payment out of forfeiture monies, that was a decision that was made to a couple of attorney generals ago to utilize that funding in order to do that. Then there may be some members here of the state legislature that remember there was some concern and issues related to the use of federal funds or those forfeiture monies, and then the attorney general at that time determined, no, it wasn't going to be appropriate. They weren't comfortable in doing that, so then it changed to, once again, either through surplus of my budget or with other divisions within the Attorney General's office. To your second point related to an enterprise, certainly that can be done. My concern with doing that is enterprise fluctuates because it's based on the training fees and the OET, Officer Education and Training Funds, so it's not on a regular basis. The other thing that concerns me is I'm currently paying 2 salaries, 2 positions from that enterprise account, as well as trying to pay for the advanced training that the academy does. While it looks like that we have $1 million in there, that's only going to last for a certain period of time, and my concern is that it may be eventually here again to put that in. The database is a known cost that takes place every year.
Director Hibbert?
Mr. Chairman, in support of that last testimony, if you go to page 135, you will see that the burn rate, as we refer to it, currently, yes, they do have the $1 million, but it's anticipated that they are on a decline. So we are going to have a challenge with that in the future. Not this biennium, not next, but it is on the decline.
Okay. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, General. So looking at this 39,110, I understand this is 100% a general fund appropriation, but is that maintenance agreement actually 39,110, or is it a situation where you're boistering a maintenance agreement from general funds as well as from other funds, or is that the full cost? Are we completely pulling it out of other funds and putting it fully under general fund here?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Director Bain?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, if I understand your question, is that full amount for the database, is that full amount coming, you're asking, is the full amount supposed to be coming from, or a recommendation coming from general fund?
Mr. Chairman, just is that maintenance agreement 39,110 on a biennium? Is that the full amount of that maintenance agreement?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, General, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Sherwood, I would like to get for you and for the committee, if you're interested, a memo on the permissible uses of forfeiture funds. I'll be happy to do that. Okay.
Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, if I can squeeze in here on the utilities, we just did a burn rate for that, and we believe that they're good to go for this biennium for the utilities. We also support their utility request, but if you go to the Chapter 17, in 2023, they did spend $329,000 in utilities with a $311,000 budget. So the curve is correct for them to request additional utilities, but we're not in harm's way this biennium.
Okay, thank you for that. General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on 128 and 129 is a TRP request for the Law Enforcement Academy. And there are a lot of desktops and monitors there. And I understand that these numbers are incorrect and they're too high. And there's a change to them. And no? Anyway, somebody told me yesterday that they were too high. But with the TRP, we'll just leave that.
Good. Okay,
TRP.
Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I see what might have indicated to you on page 128, the amount's $95,459. If you look at the chart on page 130, I don't know if it's inflation or what, but now it's 96,459. And the governor is recommending 99,459. So what's the right answer? We got a built-in inflation escalator, or where are we at?
Director Cranes, we may need you on that if you've got anything you can add to that.
Probably just type it.
Mr. Chairman, there's other requests that aren't TRP that are software in nature that use the same object. So for example, if you go to page 127, you'll see a $39,000 request for 292. That's not TRP. So TRP by policy is for the computer and then, the normal software, not the specialized software. So that's the explanation. Another good example would be on page 126, $1,700 for subscription and hardware that wasn't included in the TRP book. However, it would roll up into those statistics that you see on the page, the roll-up page on 130. If you would like me to give you a little spreadsheet on that, I'd be more than happy to do that. So, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Director.
Anything that is specialized to an agency for a software or hardware implementation is not included in our conversation in the TRP book. We take those separately. That's the issue here. IBARs, for example. That was a piece that's not in TRP. We wouldn't do that. The corrections, $12 million for their new system, that's not TRP. That would be separate as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richards?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I believe Representative Pendergraft's point is really just a error in the book. Page 128 shows 95,000. The governor's request is showing 99,000. If there is a dispute, the JAC votes on page 130, which is the 96,000. So there are three different numbers there. Unless we get a correction, the JAC will be operating on the premise of a $96,000 request.
Mr. Chairman, to that end, the table is correct.
So just if I heard you correctly, Director Hibbard, the 96 $1,459 on IT hardware. Column 7 is the correct number.
Correct.
Okay.
On page
And
130.
if I heard Director Richards correctly, that's what we will be voting on. Okay. So we will disregard the errors on page 129 and 128. Thank you. Okay. General, thank you for giving us that moment of clarity there that we needed to straighten things out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wait, whatever is correct is what we want to do. Yeah.
Us too.
Okay, okay. So, Mr. Chairman, that almost concludes our exception requests. There's a small thing on page, well, maybe it's, depends on which direction you think of small, on page 157 and 158. In the past, Post has provided an entry-level test to individuals who wanted to be involved in law enforcement, and they charged for that. $35 per testing, and in the past, they got a lot of money from that. It was a very popular thing to do, and that's not happening anymore. For example, the number of tests they did in '23 was 19. So they had 19 tests at $35 a test. But the budget has $140,000 of income from those tests. And so this needs to be adjusted to accurately reflect that we're not getting that kind of money. And that's what this exception request is for.
Any questions on this exception request? Seeing none? Do you have any further comments or exception requests?
So I don't have any further exception requests, Mr. Chairman. Do we? 185?
Yeah.
Oh, is it a grant thing? Yeah, the grant. Okay. There we go. If you go to page 185, this is in the Victims Services Division. There's a change in the amount of VOCA assistant grants that we expect. And so we need to reduce the amount of budget by the amount of the grants that are reduced.
Okay. Any questions on this exception request? Okay, seeing none?
So on the, Mr. Chairman, if I might just finish with this, on the Victims Assistance Program, I am amazed since I've been the Attorney General at the impact that program has for Wyoming. This last year, so far, they've paid 728 claims to victims of crime for over $1.1 million. They provided services to 17,000 crime victims in Wyoming. And some of the numbers are just frightening to me. 759 victims of child sexual abuse in Wyoming. And this division takes care of those people. And so I'm really proud to be part of that, even though they don't have exception requests here. So, Mr. Chairman, if you have any other questions, or the committee, I would be glad to answer.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember, and I understand, General, you weren't here during our supplemental budget, but there was a request for the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy indoor gun range and the state's already purchased land for the driving track and so forth. What's the status on that, and is there a reason why that's not included here now?
I think Representative Smith, that was included in the capital construction bill, which didn't make it through the Senate, and so it'd be good to know kind of the status. So Director, if you could just let us know where we stand with those two items?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith would be glad to. We're going to visit more this afternoon. That is, that we have two requests, one for the completion of the driving range at the new property that was purchased during this interim time, as well as some funding for the level 3 design of the firearms complex in that new location, not at the old location that was on the swamp, those kind of things. So those are part of the capital construction bill that you will see this afternoon and will be here.
Thank you for that update. Okay. Further questions? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could go back to page 163, this is under Victim Services, and look at that surcharge fund. So it's my understanding that this account pays for 8 full-time employees, services provided in communities. It's supported with criminal fines and fees. But if you look out, it is projected to have a negative balance. So I just wanted to ask, what is being done to address that projected negative balance? Thank you.
Director? I'm sorry, General?
Mr.
We'll let
Chairman, and Representative Sherwood, I'm going to ask Deputy Chambers to respond for you.
Okay. Deputy?
Thank you, Chairman Bear. My name is Kara Chambers. I'm the Director of the Division of Victim Services. We have brought this concern to this committee in the past, maybe not quite during your tenure. One of the things that we had done last biennium was move my salary out of the surcharge. But a conversation would probably be prudent at some point to look at increasing the surcharge. We haven't broached that those rates have not been touched since 2008. It's a double-edged sword. I'd love to be put out of a job, which means that there aren't crimes and offenders paying into the surcharge, which would mean we didn't have victims I wouldn't need to pay out, but I think I've got some pretty good job security. But I appreciate you flagging that. We continue to, while we average about the same amount of crime victims that we pay out, which is what the surcharge goes to partially, you did identify the various uses of the surcharge. But while we seem to have an average of around 800 victims a year, the cost of medical care has increased. And so that's where we're seeing, and we're not collecting the same amount of revenue from the surcharges. We have made a concerted effort with a position that was implemented in our division to try to increase the amount of restitution that we collect. I have a fairly new restitution recovery program manager who is going out as we speak, training prosecutors' offices about the importance of requesting the surcharge and collecting the surcharge. We've done the same with trying to educate the judiciary on the same matter, but beyond that, we haven't made an exception request, nor have we approached increasing the fee at this juncture.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for just, your overall awareness of this issue. And have you mapped out both what the fee adjustment could or should be to provide stability to the account? If I heard you correctly, the rates haven't been adjusted since 2008. But then also knowing that, you can adjust the rates, but if they're not paid, right, they're still not coming in. And so sort of that balance between increasing and collecting. But what would the rate increase, do you feel like could or should be to put you on more stable footing with this account? Thank you.
Please.
Chairman Bear, Representative Sherwood. I'd like to point out that the way the surcharge statute reads is it's no less than and not to exceed, so there's a decent range. And so it would be really hard to calculate. We would obviously calculate with the minimum, I think, to see what, if we needed to increase the minimum. We haven't really done that. I would say, very cognizant that I have a former justice to my left and judge, that it's really upon the discretion of the judge of what they order. And so that's not always a legislative fix, if that makes sense. Like, we could amend the statute to have a higher minimum, but if judges, understanding the circumstances of the defendants, whether they waive that or they choose the lower end of the spectrum is so variable, it would be really hard for us to just say, hey, if we increased it to this, we'd be solvent.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for educating myself and us on the nuances of this issue. I don't know if these two things are tied, so please educate me in terms of grant funding that comes in to support your work and that being leveraged or lowered or increased. What other types of revenue do you have access to, other levers to pull to support the work that you're doing?
Chairman Bear, Representative Sherwood, as you see on our budget, we receive some general funds. This is our only special revenue, the surcharge, and then we receive several federal funds. I should note that the exception request in front of you today is a pretty substantial decrease in spending authority to our VOCA assistance grant, which means the grants have gone down substantially. In 2018, we were at a peak of receiving close to 5 million annually, and we're down to receiving 1.4 annually, which is why you're seeing. And then we keep 3 years of a grant per biennium because each grant per federal fisc is for a 3-year period. So it's kind of confusing to explain why we have the balance we have. So there aren't a whole lot of levers to pull outside of general fund and surcharge. We are beholden to the federal government allocation. I can let you know that VOCA assistance, the grant that we're seeing, this exception request, is also criminal fines and fees. It's not taxpayer dollars. And so that fund the Crime Victims Fund is beholden to similar issues of the surcharge. It's essentially a federal surcharge. And so they have that same concern. If they don't have huge deposits from federal litigation, every state, and it's a formula basis for the state, every state sees that decrease. Big influxes into the Crime Victims Fund have been historically, the BP accident, the Volkswagen litigation. That's what funds, those types of litigation are what goes into the Crime Victims Fund. So it's not, again, it's so variable, and so it's hard. I hope that sort of helped illuminate some of the concerns and the instability and real inability for us to control.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, further questions, comments for the general? Senator Grew.
Thank you. Question, I'm looking across the page here. You see your total number of employees on 25-26 is 238, down from 255 in 2011. Nice job, doing more with less. But the question comes to mind, looking through your budget, does the state of Wyoming pay the Bar Association dues for your attorneys?
General?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, yes, we do.
Thank you.
General, I have a question. We've, a few years ago, passed a Second Amendment Protection Act. As I was looking through your 600 and 900 series, I saw where you've got some grant funds from the federal government, I assume, for task force. We're paying to the city police forces to, I assume, to establish those task forces. I would just like you and your agency's department viewpoint on whether those task forces run into any issues as far as maintaining the integrity of our Second Amendment Protection Act while enforcing the law on behalf of the federal government.
Mr. Chairman, in my 5 months, I haven't run into it yet, so I'm going to defer. Anyone who might know?
Mr. Chairman, we have, we've been involved in one incident in Gillette, well, in that area, maybe Sheridan, where we assisted the ATF. And I can't really comment on it a lot right now because of what's going on, but our task force officers and all of our agents received training, not only this year, but last year, and when that bill passed, and by Jenny Craig, the chief deputy for the criminal division. And we understand and we respect what the legislature's done, as well as the Constitution. And when we go out and we do our work, we are very cognizant of the requirements imposed on us, not only by the Constitution, but by the law. So I guess to answer your question, at least what I think your question is no, we are not having challenges with that particular law, and certainly not with upholding standards of the Constitution and the Second Amendment.
Thank you for that testimony. All right, General, I think you've survived the gauntlet for your first time here, so we really appreciate your coming here and giving this presentation. I'm sure we're going to need to follow up on a few things and stay in touch with you. I know my co-chair and I are looking forward to some one-on-one with you in maybe January when we have an opportunity to get back with you. But look forward to that.
As will I, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and thank you, co-chair, and thank all of you. Thank you for the hard work you do. I think we're all in the same boat. I'm proud to work for this state. It's a real honor to do it. So thank you.
All right, Director Richards, are we good to have a break at this point?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you are. I would just, one item of formality, if I might, beg the pardon of Attorney General Couts. I introduced him this morning, and in doing so, set a dangerous precedent of calling him General Couts. And while he was courteous enough to avoid that oversight, his formal title is Attorney General, and his well-trained staff were very blunt about that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, it's an interesting thing that all the lawyers wanted to know what to call me.
Well,
And
I've been educated.
and I've been around some attorney generals who like the title general, but I'm pretty confident. I researched it, and the word general is really an adjective, and it modifies attorney, and it means an attorney with general authority for the state. It doesn't mean like you're one step up from a colonel, and I'm not. And I'm also aware that I'm honored to be in this job, and I'm here, but in February, you will vote on whether I'm going to continue on to do this, so.
All right.
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney General.
Thank you.
All right, we will go ahead and take a break, and our next group starts. We have the Department of Construction at 11 a.m. 10 minutes. Regular attorney.
We don't know.
I can hear members of my committee screaming outside in the hall. Hopefully we can get them in here. Okay, they have set foot at least in the room enough for a quorum, so Director Richards, shall we proceed?
Mr. Chairman, the next agency for your consideration is the State Construction Department. They will actually be before this committee on 2 different occasions. On this occasion, they are here to discuss Agency 227 or Book 227, which is the state construction. And I believe Director Delbert McComey is here for the presentation. I would also mention that because this state construction budget impacts so many other agencies, we do have a couple of agencies that are participating online from outside of Cheyenne, if you have any questions of them.
Okay. Director Comey, welcome to the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Members of the committee, great to be here for the round 1, I guess, as Don mentioned. Today, we're here to talk about the state capital construction project. And Mr. Chairman, I have with me today Mr. Dave Webb. He's our construction manager on the CM side of the house. Laura Anderson, operations administrator, and Shelby Carlson, our administrator for school facilities. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to note that all of the requests to be discussed today were reviewed by the SBC a couple of different times. So you may be aware, Mr. Chairman, the SBC is made up of the top 5 elected officials, and then there's 2 members of the Senate, 2 members of the House that serve there. There's a number of committees, subcommittees that work under the SBC. Generally, there's 1 or 2 members of the SBC, along with some of the ex officio legislators on those. One of those committees is the State Construction Committee. And so these projects are vetted at that level prior to them going into the state or the SBC itself. And so the agencies come before that committee and, again, talk about the projects, give the background, the nitty-gritty detail of those projects to that subcommittee, and then the chairman kind of leads that focus in those discussions with the SBC itself. Today, we have 23 budget requests that we'll discuss, and the authorization total is about $560 million. There is one project for the military department that is an authorization only request to use $42 million in federal funds, and these do not involve any state funds. The reason those still come before the SBC and the committee is that when there are additional building going on that adds square footage, that has an impact to the state later on in the form of major maintenance. So those type of projects always still come before the SBC because at some point in the future, there will be an addition to the state budget, and in this case, based on major maintenance. We have 4 project category requests from the state parks that seeks to use their own funds, and these requests total about $7.33 million. That's typical. They come before this committee every budget session to use their own funds, and there's 4 projects laid out there as to how they propose to use those funds. Mr. Chairman, before we dive into these individual requests, I'd like to give the committee a kind of a high-level briefing on some of the things that have occurred with CM this past year. I'm happy to present and discuss, if the committee would like. We just completed the facility condition assessment for state buildings. So that's similar. We used a similar format and parameters that were done with all the school buildings. All of that data is complete. We're currently reviewing that information, working with the agencies. I do want to shout out to the agencies that they did a great job in answering all the pre-questionnaire things that came out from the consultant on that. And then working back and looking at those individual building parameters and what was shown from the consultant to make sure that it was accurate. Atkins Realis was the contractor that performed those for the state of Wyoming. And again, we'll be putting all of that data into our AIM database, our facility force base, where we can track that in the future. When I mentioned that we're doing that in the same parameters and format, in the past, Mr. Chairman, those condition assessments were done and they were really just a snapshot in time. Here's what the building looks like today. That was changed under the last assessment that was done for school facilities. And that we're also went through and analyzed all of the components to the buildings. And we're taking a 20-year look. So we're projecting out into the future, Mr. Chairman, of what might come up in the next 20 years. And I think that'll be a great asset to the building facility managers, as well as the state construction department, and then you all for, you know, when you ask, well, what do we got coming up in the future? What's this look like? The other thing that I think it will do for us is that one of the other changes that we've recently made is that when we do these facility condition assessments, again, as I mentioned, it's snapshot in time. So you'll come up with a facility condition score of, say, a 0.2. It'll show that there's these XYZ needs. We're now in the ability to, as that work is done, we'll actually go in and update that facility condition assessment to show what improvements have been made. If something else comes up during that wasn't caught, we can go ahead and adjust that and show that into that program. But I think in the future, and Mr. Chairman, we'll have a discussion next week on the state strategic plan that we're trying to move forward. What that'll do is allow us to track real time and provide yearly information. Are we actually making improvements to the buildings? What's the facility condition scores look like? Are they going up? Are they going down? And again, that based on the routine maintenance and the major maintenance dollars that the state is putting towards these buildings. So I think that's a great asset. The last time that the facility condition scores were done for the state buildings was back in about 2015. So it's been 10 years. And we've got the latest update on that. And so again, we can go into more detail either at this meeting or next meeting if there's any questions along that line. But again, I think it'll really facilitate the ability of our managers to work on their facilities as well as tracking by the department.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you so much. This is incredibly helpful as a tool in planning out and providing stability to budgeting and contracting and workforce, et cetera, et cetera. And this is a vision I know that you have had for this agency in the state, so thank you. But I also think, did you guys win an award for this work?
Mr. Chairman, we did. We attended the National Facility Managers Association in Salt Lake City and won an award for where Wyoming's at in monitoring this, how we're using that data. It was interesting discussion. You know, it's a national convention, not only for anybody dealing with buildings, so not just state, it could be federal government, it could be local folks. And so there was a couple hundred folks attended that meeting from around the nation. There was numerous breakouts going on at the same time. Most of those have 30, 40 people. When we did our presentation, you couldn't get in the room. I almost couldn't get in the room to help on my part that I had to be. There was standing room outside the doors. And then when we were complete with that, Jeremy Revelle did the presentation. He's kind of the guru for the state of Wyoming. He was basically accosted. And so he actually set up another meeting after the meeting was done at 5 o'clock to have people come in and talk. And so along that lines, Utah has reached out and they were going to come this month. They had some conflicts, but they're bringing some of their state senators, their building folks and everybody. They're coming out to look at what we're doing, basically on the school side primarily, because there's some interest in Utah in getting more involved in the cost and the planning, design, construction of school buildings in the state of Utah. So they're coming out, I think it's the 6th of January, and bringing a delegation to come out. And I've asked Senator Landon, hopefully maybe we get Senator Office to be there also, so they can give that perspective from the legislature on what that looks like, as well as what we do on the agency side. So yeah, we were very pleased. JJ's a rock star. I think that's his third award. I don't know if anybody else has ever got a second award. So we're very fortunate to have him on board to kind of move this whole thing forward, so, yep. Okay. Along with that, again, talking about statewide strategic plan, we'll incorporate the K-12 schools, University of Wyoming, community colleges, all the state folks that we work with on that side into that strategic plan in the future. And again, the data that we've gained from this will be very helpful. This past year, we managed about $133 million in state capital construction projects through the CM office with 30 active construction projects. In addition, we had about $107 million in major maintenance funds that were allocated for state facilities as well as community colleges. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have, and if not, we could move on to page 11 and the first item.
Questions for the director? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, moving on to page 11 in our budget book. First item up is the major maintenance request. That is the agency priority number 1 and this SCD enterprise priority, the SBC priority number 1 also. Mr. Chairman, if you look at this page, I won't read all the way through it. I'm sure you folks have done your homework and have kind of looked through all this stuff, but I will kind of highlight a few things. First major maintenance is the repair or replacement of major building components or systems. It does not increase the capacity or change the building use. You can't use those funds for that. It ensures that the facilities operate at a design capacity and under their intended use. And the work is typically contracted out because of its complexity, the labor intensity, and maybe warranty needs, things like that. Now, I know that we do, and particularly A&I and some of the facility folks do some of that work inside when you get into some of the pumps and fans, some of the smaller items, but typically those larger items are contracted out. Systematically, our state facility maintenance fund began in about 2003, and it's based on a formula. So that formula looks at what the RS means cost is. It's this calculated on the second quarter of the year. And so it looks at what does it cost to replace those buildings. Then we look at the square footage on the buildings, and then the Wyoming specific cost adjustments. So one of the things that we did do when we determined our FCI scores in the new makeup on what we did for schools and what we're doing for the state buildings is typically we see the regional RS means runs about 50%, 60% of what it actually costs to replace a building. So as part of that contract, we had their consultant reach out to local contractors. They reached out to estimating firms in Wyoming to see what those costs really are versus the RS means type of a cost, and particularly regionally. So you can imagine it costs more in Jackson to build something than it does in Torrington, Wyoming. So we want to make sure that when we're talking about building X and Y, when they're located in those positions, those particular locations, that we use the cost that is more equitable for that location and that type of a building. And then there's a condition multiplier for that, that's 2.5%. And so per Wyoming statute 95117, that's where that comes from. That was last year's House Bill 86 moved that up, and then prior to that in the schools last year, this body moved from a 2% to a 2.5 multiplier. You might ask, okay, so where does that 2.5% come from? It really ranges nationally from a 2% to a 4% range. 2.5 was actually through a couple of different years back in the teens, where we hired a consultant that came out and looked at what that would look like for Wyoming based on the type of buildings and our geography, environmental conditions, those sort of things. What would be that fit? We also looked at life cycle of the buildings. So for example, Mr. Chairman, if you had a building, when we were originally back under that time period, we were looking at about a 1.5% major maintenance range. And what we found is that we were probably only going to see life expectancies of 35 to 50 years for our school buildings. And so we looked out, okay, if we went to 2.25, 2.5, up to 3%, at 3%, we could keep those buildings running in the 100-year range. But we, on the school side, deliberately said, well, what's education going to look like 100 years from now, 150 years from now? Is it a good expenditure of 3% of those funds versus, say, some lower number? And we arrived at 2.5 to try and look at anywhere from a 67 to 75-year lifespan on those buildings. Because again, are we even going to have kids in buildings 100 years from now? Are they going to be doing something online, as we've kind of seen the transition? So again, we could spend a lot more money on the major maintenance. But going to that 2.5, what it came out of that study is that would save the state of Wyoming over $3 billion in future capital construction by moving up from that 1.5 to that recommendation of 2.5. It took until last year to where we finally got the 2.5%. But again, that same type of thing applies to the state buildings. So. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and start on the budget request itself. Again, on page 11, you can see there's a table down at the bottom that talks about the state-owned buildings, state parks, breaks down into those for parks or state parks, and then your community colleges, University of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, on that chart, that very first line there, I think is probably of some interest to this group, and that is the square footage. So that lays out the square footage under each of those categories of buildings that qualify for major maintenance. You'll see on the state-owned, that's just short of about 8 million square feet. On the state parks, it's about 1.3 million. Community colleges, about 4 million square feet. And then the university is about 6.8, a little over 6.8, for a total of 20 million square feet of building that these funds would apply to. Utilizing that formula, then it breaks down. You can see on the far right-hand side what those allocations to those various groups would be. And so the total request, Mr. Chairman, is $232,979,440,000 or $440. The SBC recommended approval of this. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
State-owned buildings on page 11, and then buildings/structures on page 12.
The buildings, structures, that's part of the state parks. That got cut off. So if you look at state-owned buildings, that's the ones that actually we administer those funds through. The state parks is a pass-through to them. So on the previous page, it has state parks, and then it's their building and structure. So
I'm
that's their
tracking
amount.
now, thank you.
Okay. So again, Mr. Chairman, the governor recommended approval of $979,440 from the SIPA account. If there's any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Any
happy to
questions for
answer
the
those.
director on this section? No, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item is found on page 15. And that is the request for level 1, level 2 reconnaissance. That's 1.2 million. That is the agency priority number 3 and the SCD enterprise priority number 4. It combines both level 1 and level 2 funding. Level 1 is what we term a reconnaissance. So we really go out and explore. There's a need, what does that look like? And it may be, do we need a new building? Do we need to just modify a building? Is there other things out there? Is what the agency is asking for, does it really make sense? I mean, it's really a high-level planning tool. The level 2 then is the feasibility and in planning of that. And we generally get some design function, very high level under that level 2, and that helps us determine the cost for the level 3 funding that would come up later on. We'll generally look at, when we do that study, you'll look at things such as the geotech. What's the soils? What's the land at a site? We look at the various surveys, and when I say surveys, okay, the land survey that may need to be done, utilities, et cetera, things that are found within that property, asbestos in the buildings, if it's a building project, your preliminary design, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, would all be in those. There's 5 projects that are noted in this bundle. The State Fair dormitories, level 1, level 2, OSLI forestry at Newcastle, that's a level 1, level 2, plus master planning. Wyoming Community, Western Community College, that's, well, I got Western Community, but it's not. This is a Casper College Industrial Tech Building, replacement of that facility, level 2 design. And then the Casper College Health Science Building, same thing, level 2 design on that. That's a new facility. And then the SCD, other level 2, 1 and 2 master planning, and that covers studies that would be approved by the State Building Commission. Typically, these run between 225, maybe 300,000, depends on the project and the intensity of that to do these. We typically try to bundle those together rather than put a dollar amount for each one, simply so we aren't forecasting to the consultants how much we may have allocated for a project, and kind of, we have, the trend is that the bids come in about that same amount. So that's the reason for bundling those into an individual block for that. Mr. Chairman, the SBC recommended approval, and the governor's recommended approval of $1.2 million from the Strategic Investment Account, SIPA account, for this funding. Any questions?
Okay, questions on this program? Sure, Representative Angelos, go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McCormick, could we go back up onto page 12? State Parks, Building and Structures.
Yes.
So you're showing $11,022,061. Alyssa, staff, we've looked at that, should be $11,021,949. Was that just a typo?
What was the difference there?
Our figure is $11,021,949.
Don't have an answer for that.
You can just look
I
into
think
it.
our calculation came out 11,022,061. I would also note there's also work that they do on their roads and concrete and asphalt. And again, on buildings, that qualifies for major maintenance, parking lots, things like that. So there's an additional 7.6 million there. So guess we can check into that and get back, and we can work with your LSO staff on that.
Perfect,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Good catch.
Okay, please proceed.
Next item up, Mr. Chairman, is on page 19. That's the State Building Commission Contingency Fund. That request is for $5,962,485. This provides flexibility for the Construction Management Division to support the Building Commission under Wyoming Statute 9-5-107 and Wyoming Statute 9-5-108. The duties include the acquisition, planning, maintenance, and repair of state-owned facilities. Why does this matter? What's the fund used for? It really enables a quick response and urgent facility needs. It prevents project delays. It avoids escalation, damage, and safety risks for buildings that may need a quick repair. And it minimizes liabilities for the state. It ensures timely property acquisition when the opportunities arise. For example, this past year, we bought a couple of pieces of property right here around the Capitol complex that came up for sale. Had a couple other come up that we weren't successful on, and other folks snatched them up. But again, within the master planning, that helps the commission there. And so some examples, I think, of recent projects we had this past year. We had emergency repair for fire suppression system for facility changes due to the delivery for municipal water here in Cheyenne for the LCCC. There was the purchase of real estate for the development of the LEA in Riverton, and then also assisted the Wyoming Military Department with a relatively small investment to move a project forward at Camp Guernsey that would allow them to apply for a much, much larger grant in military funding for that particular program. But we had to have that start-in kickoff to get that thing going, and there was timing in when you could make those applications, and that money was available. So that was a few examples of what the commission has utilized that for. And again, this funding goes back to the 2005, 2006 timeframe, where it was set up. At that time, it was established there should probably be about a $7.8 million minimum for that, with 7.45 million available for property acquisitions. Mr. Chairman, the SCD and SBC recommended approval, and the governor's recommended approval of $5,962,485, again, to come from the SIPA account. Any questions?
Any questions for the director? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next items, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Webb. He handles these projects. He's more involved in them on a day-to-day basis, helping put those all together. So he'll have certainly a better ability to answer any detailed questions on that. So if you would, Mr. Webb.
Mr.
Welcome
Chairman.
to JAC.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Webb, Construction Management Supervisor of the State Construction Management Division. And as Director McComey mentioned, my team provides staffing to the State Building Commission, or SBC. I've worked in the Construction Management Division in a variety of roles since 2015. A few points of reference that stand out to me in the work that we strive to preserve state assets are included in a 1995 facility management report produced for the Management Audit Committee. The first finding in the report was that statewide accountability for the state's investment in facilities was lacking. The finding is at the core of the work we do every day. Another point of reference is to consider that the duties and involved process is under Wyoming Statute 95108 for the development of building projects relating to facility management do not fit very well within legislative cycles. When projects that advance to a budget request have been thoroughly vetted through the many layers of scrutiny, study, and approval, thus providing the executive branch with resources to keep approved projects in the construction program pipeline, have smooth transitions from the level 1, level 2, level 3 design, and then ultimately out for bid for construction. The more time that is saved, the lower the cost of construction is. As the old saying goes, time is money. We'll continue on to page 23. That's Agency 006, Administration Information Enterprise-Wide Security and Access Control System Upgrade, existing buildings, level 1 through level 3 design and construction. The request was $11,951,752 out of the general fund. This is agency priority number 1 and state construction enterprise priority number 14. Purpose of the request was seeking funds for level 1 through level 3 reconnaissance, design, and construction phases. The goal is to replace the outdated proprietary security systems with a modern open platform solution across ANI's property portfolio. State construction recommended approval. State Building Commission recommended approval of $6 million, and the governor's recommendation was denial of the request as submitted. We have Deputy Director Russ Noel, General Services Division Administrator Andrew Coleman, and Construction Manager Jake Strickling in the audience if there's any questions.
Any questions on this priority? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, directors and crew. Thank you for being here. Being a phase 1 through 3, obviously, it's kind of like we're starting the process and wanting to complete the process all in one fatal swoop. And so seeing the GovRec denial on this, is it a situation where, I guess, can you give me a little bit of history as why we're going from a 1 to a 3 in one single ask? I understand it's a need, but where's the logic, I guess, of instead of saying, hey, we're wanting to kind of get an idea and get our feet on the ground on this, and we'll come back and give that ask when the time comes. It kind of feels like we went 0 to 100 on this one.
Director? Mr. Chairman, I think you heard a little bit of that at the discussion with A&I when they did their presentation, and it's really a situation where they're getting these cost increases from private sector for kind of the sole source system that we have. They've been looking at it over time, and it's a situation where it's kind of just hit right now to try and move that all under one area to try and move it forward as a group, because it's really hard to do one or the other, you know, do this building, not another building, when they're moving this forward. But we do have A&I here, so Mr. Chairman, if they want to weigh in on that, they can. Oh, okay, Andrew's up here.
Mr. Chairman, General Services Division Administrator Andrew Pullman. I think Director McComey explained it well on it. How this was presented, it was sort of refined through the process to be described as level 1 through 3. We originally described it as a capital renewal, which doesn't quite fit the definition as a infrastructure, but our essential thought was we know where the card readers are, we have the buildings, we know the system we need to replace. The question is sort of what technology do we implement on it? And that would be the piece that we would also develop through the consultant, and then also the money to then start getting buildings upgraded. With the concern that the system that we currently have is old enough that we're worried the longevity of being able, because we can't start running the new system until the old system, you can't turn the old system off until the new system's running as well. So that was our concern on and how we framed this and brought it forward through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I was kind of pre-reading and going through this budget, it was one that I checked because I saw that 1 through 3, which I knew was kind of like, hey, we have an idea and we're gonna bring through completion. And then I see 11,951,752, which is a number that I would look at and go, we've got a really good plan in place that we have all the numbers already laid out, because this isn't, well, we need $12 million, because we think that's probably gonna cover it. So I kind of am getting almost two signals here. One of, we've got an exact number that we need, and then on the other side of going, well, we're still trying to figure out what technology's out there and how we're gonna make this reality. So can you talk a little bit to how we came up with an 11,951,752 number when we still are at the beginning of that process?
Director Coleman?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, we did our best to do kind of preliminary work, talking to some outside consultants to get numbers that we felt would be, willing to bring forward on it. It's not as refined as it would be if we had a full level 1, level 2 ahead of time. So our concern was we wanted to bring something forward, given the urgency, and try to come up with numbers that we felt, but it's based on a range of roughly the amount of card readers we have and what that would require on the infrastructure on the back end. But you're correct, it is a rougher number, but yeah.
Okay. All right, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the recommendations, I appreciate the recommendations, obviously, from Construction Department, Building Commission, and indeed from the executive, but they seem a little bit short. The Building Commission comes along and says, well, you can have half of it. And I would have maybe anticipated, say, maybe level 1 and level 2, something along those lines, but they include level 1 through 3. So I don't understand why they cut it in half, what they were thinking. I'm asking if anybody knows. And does anybody have an idea why the executive denied it?
Director Comey? Mr. Chairman, I'll take a stab at that. During the meeting, when they presented this in the discussion with the SBC on the $6 million is there, rather than starting all these buildings, as Representative Harrelson's talked about, where are we at in this project? how far can we go to get started with it, determine what we want to do, and then start the process of moving through once we have, what the software is going to be, those sort of things. So was the reduction on their part. On the governor, and this is interesting because the governor makes his statement at SBC on all the projects. He voted in favor of the 6 million at that point in time, as well as many of these other projects. But he makes a statement but that doesn't mean that when it comes to budget time, I'm gonna recommend this project because I have to look at the state budget overall. So I believe that's the recommendation for the denial, is he recognized in his earlier vote on the 6 million that there was probably something needed for that. But when you look at the big picture for the entire state and him trying to balance the budget, that was the outcome of that discussion and his thought process.
All right, please proceed.
Mr. Webb.
Mr. Chairman, page 27, Agency 006, Administration and Information. It's the Hathaway Building, 3rd floor to basement renovation, level 3 design and construction. The request was $20,526,675 at the general fund. So agency priority number 2, State Construction Department Enterprise priority number 16. The purpose of the request was a request for level 3 design and construction funding for the renovation of the 3rd floor through basement of the Hathaway Building in Cheyenne. This continues the top-down renovation strategy started with the 5th floor in 2013 and the 4th floor in 2025 remodels. State Construction Department recommended approval. State Building Commission made no recommendation on the project, and the governor's recommendation is denial of the request as submitted.
Questions on this priority? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Continuing to page 31, it's Agency 007, Military. So Wyoming Military Department, Wyoming Army National Guard, statewide CAPCON for modernization, level 3 design and construction. The total request is $10 million, which is $5 million from general fund and $5 million federal funds match. The request for level 3 design and construction funding provides state 50-50 match for anticipated federal modernization funds in the FY 26 and 27 years. It bundles multiple readiness center projects statewide under the CAPCON. State Construction Department and State Building Commission recommended approval. The governor's recommendation was approval of $5 million from the Strategic Investment Projects account and approval of authorization of $5 million in federal funds for this request as submitted for level 3 in design and construction for the modernization of readiness centers across the state.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify, so this is a full level 3. The governor's note said a 1 through 3, but is that's maybe a little bit of a misspeech, because what I'm looking at is we've got a series of, I'm in Olander, Rock Springs, and Evanston, Sheridan, like we've got these plans, they're already planned out. We got 1s and 2s on all of them, and this is basically pull the trigger on the final funding to make reality out of it. Am I reading that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, you are reading that correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Webb, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 35, Agency 007, Military, Wyoming Army National Guard Enlisted Barracks Transient Training. That would be in Guernsey, Wyoming. Level 3 design and construction authorization. It's an authorization only of $42 million in federal funds. This is Agency Priority 2, SCD Priority Authorization only. The purpose of the request is authorization of level 3 design and construction. No state funds are requested. It's 100% federally funded through the Military Construction Cooperative Agreement.
Director Comey, this cooperative agreement, how does this work out when your department needs to take care of major maintenance on a building on a base?
Mr. Chairman, in this particular case, you're gonna see about 64,000 square feet added. So that will come into the budget request in the future, once that building is built, and add additional major maintenance funds under the state, because we, the department, work with the military department to handle their major maintenance projects. Now, they have their own teams that go out and do most of that work, but when that work is done and they bill, it comes through our office, and Mr. Webb is involved in those discussions, being an ex-military guy that actually did a lot of that stuff on base for him, so.
Okay, so your software for your planning on major maintenance and all those things is still gonna apply the same way, and the military department's working with you in that regard?
That's correct, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions on this priority? Seeing none, Mr. Webb, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 39, 010, agriculture, Douglas, enclosing the Silver Arena, level 3 design and construction. The request is $37,729,410 general fund. It's the agency's priority number 1, state construction enterprise priority number 15. Purpose of the request is requesting level 3 design and construction funding to enclose the Silver and Stowe Arena. Based on findings from the 2023 level 1 and 2 feasibility study, confirming viability and benefit, addresses a long-standing infrastructure need identified also in that 2020 State Fair Master Plan. SCD recommended approval. State Building Commission recommended approval of $18,864,705 in general funds available upon match from any other source for level 3 design and construction for the multipurpose event arena. Governor's recommendation was denial of this request as submitted.
Any questions? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick question. The Silver Arena, and I'm gonna show a little ignorance here. That's not the Ford Arena, is it? It's not the main arena. This is one of the smaller side arenas, correct? And that's, I'm getting the head nod, so.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, that is correct.
And Mr. Chairman, we do have online virtually Courtney Hayes, Wyoming State Fairs Director, if there's any questions you'd like to ask her.
I have a question for him, if you could bring them online, please.
Courtney Hayes. Is that
Hines.
Hines? Not online, no.
She's not, okay.
Not online?
No.
Director Richards, if we could get a question out to them, I'd like to know, the Building Commission offered a half-funded through general fund or SIPA, and then there was an opportunity there for them to raise the funds. I'd like to get their opinion about whether they could raise the other half or not. Okay. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if we could add, one second, we'll pause. And with that request, if we could add the anticipated increase to budget for utilities to maintain this facility, as far as they're talking about year-round use, what would that look like utility-wise, and what that looks like in their budget?
Might as well ask what kind of usage they're gonna have as well when it goes to year-round. Okay? Just some additional information from them. All right, Mr. Webb, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 44, Agency 010, Agriculture. Douglas Dairy Barn renovations, level 3 design and construction. The request was $11,555,861 general fund. The agency priority 3, State Construction Department, enterprise priority number 13. Purpose of the request was requesting level 3 design and construction funding that renovates 35,042 square foot dairy barn into a climate-controlled, code-compliant, year-round venue. State Construction Department and State Building Commission recommended approval. The governor's recommendation was denial of the request as submitted.
Questions on this priority? Seeing none, please proceed, Mr. Webb.
Page 48. Agency 010, Agriculture, Douglas, Wyoming State Fair Show Center floor, Level 3 Design and Construction, authorization to spend private funds of $2 million. Say agency priority number 1, state construction priority authorization. Purpose of the request, requesting authorization to use up to $2 million in private funds for level 3 design and construction. This replaces the existing dirt floor with concrete and integrated drainage and cooling systems. And the advances of priority identified in the 2020 Wyoming State Fair Master Plan without requiring general fund capital. SCD and State Building Commission recommended approval of authorization up to $2 million in private funds for level 3 design and construction, effective immediately. The governor's recommendation was denial of the request as submitted.
Questions on this priority? Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for you, because I remember listening to this, and if we could get this, another question out to the State Fair Board as well, or the director there. If this is private funds, why was it denied by the governor? Was there any thought, like, was there something planned in the future, I guess is my question? And on top of that, can they completely finish it for $2 million if it was all privately donated? That would be my second question.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an answer as to why the governor denied that. But we can get the answers for the other questions to you. Thank you.
Director, this appears to me that it'd be some concrete flat work. I mean, what would you anticipate the maintenance being? This would be an approval from the governor, I would assume, for future maintenance, major maintenance, that type of thing. Is there something I'm missing here, or what are your thoughts on the maintenance of this particular spend?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you go back and again, we talked a little bit earlier about the formula for major maintenance, and part of that is based on the building type. And so, you know, they're doing some remodeling to that, adding the floor and that sort of stuff in there. So that could change the score for the cost replacement value of that. I don't think significantly. And then the concrete flooring and that would be eligible for major maintenance. The square footage wouldn't change because the building is going to be the same size. So you could see a slight increase, but not a lot. And again, that would qualify for major maintenance in the future if it was needed.
All right, further questions on this priority? Seeing none, Mr. Webb, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 52, Agency 015, Wyoming Attorney General's Law Enforcement Academy. This is the Emergency Vehicle Operations Driving Complex, Douglas, Wyoming, Level 3 Design and Construction. The request was for $18,170,870 in general fund. It's the agency's priority number 2. It's the State Construction Department Enterprise Priority number 7. The purpose of the request is requesting level 3 design and construction funding to build a new emergency vehicle operation training complex on the recently acquired land west of Douglas. We have Director Chuck Bain and Deputy Director Jesse Curtis in the audience if there's any questions. The State Construction Department and the State Building Commission recommended approval, and the governor recommended denial of the request as submitted.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take brief advantage of the director being here. This was brought up, of course, before, and I was having a hard time wrapping my mind around an $18 million facility. So I would ask the director if he could give us a brief description of what we're getting for that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, absolutely. The anticipated design associated with the Emergency Vehicle Operations Center has a variety of components using about 70 acres worth of that property. It does count into a driving track that has a 1,400-foot straightaway, a 4-lane wide. That would be likely all concrete, and then there are various loops within that to make a driving track in that area. It also would include a EVOC skills pad similar to what we have now. So think about it as a large asphalt parking lot that's about 750 by 500 feet. There's also an off-road area that we would be using for some of the county sheriffs and game and fish things that utilize those kind of vehicles and find themselves in those terrains, as well as some off-road ATV areas. So it's much broader and much wider and encompassing more capabilities than what we're currently doing with just a 6-acre asphalt parking lot.
Representative Pendergraft.
So the question sounds silly, but it's actually a serious one. Would the DCI officers be able to drive it like they stole it and get a little bit of practice? Seriously, the question is this facility then going to be available to other agencies that might care to use that? And secondarily, could you host drag races?
Director?
To answer your first question, absolutely. I have a division within the Law Enforcement Academy and staff dedicated that do nothing but advanced and specialized training, and also handle the coordination of agencies using our facility. We've had a number of agencies like the Casper Police Department, like the Wyoming Game and Fish, utilize our training area for vehicles. One of the nice things about this is that we can maintain those vehicles, we can maintain that training area, so other agencies don't have to do that. So you don't find yourselves, every single law enforcement agency having to have different vehicles for training, because they don't want to utilize the vehicles that they use for patrol. That doesn't seem to be very smart, right? So we can do that, and that's the other nice component that we have is with our facility that we have now with dormitories and cafeteria and training. You know, we can house those agencies, they can stay there, they can use our equipment, and it would be much cheaper than what you would find in a commercial training venue, or what the charges are for the utilization of the training emergency vehicle operation track that's in northern Colorado. To your second question, we've not hosted any of those things. We've kept it more for the use of law enforcement agencies.
Seeing no further questions, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, real quick.
Oh, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has been a conversation that's been going on for quite a while, and I know you guys are in kind of a weird place because it isn't just, you guys are also seeing some degradation of your current facility where you're having to kind of try to keep it operational and safe. But yet we keep seeing denial of requests. Just give us a real quick, honest opinion of what's our timetable look like? Genuine timetable look like?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, we are going to have to spend some major attention to our current driving facility within the next 3 to 5 years. We always have the degradation that's taking place. And as I mentioned this morning, maybe tongue in cheek, but it's true, is that area was built on a drainage that is between elevation and the Platte River. And that's where the water wants to go, and it goes underneath that. And so really to do it right, shouldn't really have been built there in the first place. But second, to do that, needed a whole lot of different kind of underlayment and soil and things underneath it to make it last. So that's been the age-old question as we continue to invest and pay money. The last estimate that I had heard a number of years ago, that thought it's going to be between 5 and 8 million to redo, that area. And so that's what began generating discussion. Well, should we move it? Should we do something different? Is this good money after bad? So within the next 5 years, we're going to come up against that question. And then the other component of that is, as we know, it takes construction a little bit. So, is once you get the revenue, it just doesn't get built overnight.
Follow up? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we look at your page 56, your other request where we are seeing the shooting range. So we got our training track and our shooting range. When it's all said and done, we're at almost 23 million between the two asks. What holds priority?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, our emergency vehicle operations track holds priority.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, currently our counties and municipalities, are they sending their training for this out of state? You mentioned Northern Colorado. Are they actually hosting it at your facility?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Angelos, I'm not that aware of what other agencies are doing specifically to handle this training. I have inquired to a number of agencies, especially here in the southern Wyoming, if they've been utilizing the training area in Colorado, and it's been very limited. They have logistics issue of how do they get vehicles down there, how do they get them back, things. So a number of agencies are looking at us closely related to the success of this project because they were looking forward to being able to utilize that training area.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you looked into other state resources and property of things that could potentially work for this that you could use now?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, we've had a limited exploration related to availability of areas. There's just to this extent and what we're talking about in this more of a high-speed track that's built for that kind of training. There's nothing that I'm aware of that's existing in the state of Wyoming other than dirt tracks, and I'm not sure that's a accurate representation of the surface area that most of the law enforcement officers find themselves here in the state of Wyoming.
This would probably also answer Representative Angelos's question, but I know the Highway Patrol uses Camp Guernsey's airport.
Okay. Right. Any further questions on this section? Seeing none, Mr. Webb, please continue.
Mr. Chairman, might as well stay. Mr. Chairman, Agency 015, Wyoming Attorney General Law Enforcement Academy, firearms ranges, indoor, outdoor, and patrol rifle, Douglas, Wyoming, level 3 design. This is the agency's priority number 3, state construction enterprise priority number 12. This supports the planning and design of a new firearm training complex, replacing outdated, inadequate, and failing indoor, outdoor, and patrol rifle ranges. The project includes the design of 3 new firing ranges on the new property west of Douglas. The existing ranges are no longer compliant with the National Law Enforcement Training Standards, supports a mission compliance with Wyoming Statute 91704D, requiring basic law enforcement training within 1 year of employment.
I'm pretty sure the tea is ready.
So, Mr. Chairman, this also includes a master plan for the property west of Douglas that was just purchased. State Construction Department and State Building Commission recommended approval. The governor's recommendation was denial of the request as submitted.
Okay. Questions on this section? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm up in the area where the state shooting complex is being built. I would hope that you're in contact with them to make sure they are building their place to support what you're needing. So I guess that would be my question.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, we've had some initial discussions with the committee that was developing the state shooting complex. Their overall goal and function is a little bit different than ours is at this point. Certainly with the area, I foresee that many of the law enforcement agencies up in that area are going to be excited to take advantage of that capability in the complex as it gets developed for those needs. It's going to be a little bit tougher for other places here in like the southeast Wyoming to utilize that on a regular basis. But there's a number of agencies that are looking forward to being able to participate in that facility.
Further questions? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember last year we had some questions about this range, and I don't remember that they were ever adequately answered. But they had to do with, one of the issues with the current range was it was not large enough to put your classes through in a timely fashion. And that didn't make sense to me because, you know, with a military background, I can remember going to many ranges and moving a number of people through. But the question came up, how many lanes is this? So I guess my question here would be similar to the one I had on the driving range. Could you just kind of give us an overall view of what this facility entails?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, yes, absolutely. The original thought and plans in the 2005 or 2000, when we do the original
22 and 23.
22 and 23, thank you, was to try to encompass the existing ranges that we were already utilizing. Currently at the Academy, our indoor range is 25 yards and we have 12 shooting stations in that facility. If I have a class of 40 students, it's difficult to get them rotating through in cycles or relays in sufficient time. Essentially, my analogy would be if I have 2 basketball hoops and 10 people, how many shots can practice in free throws, and I have 5 or I have 10, I can have them have a higher number of repetitions for that, which is good for their training. So in the new plan, we're looking at a 50-yard, 30-lane indoor range that also encompasses storage, ammunition storage, which is really required, as well as an armory to hold firearms and equipment, and a classroom that would be available in that area for them to be able to use. Additionally, then it comes with an outdoor range that would be 30 lanes at 100 yards. And that original design also allowed us to increase baffling. In the current location, we're right outside of town, and we do get some complaints, especially in the later parts of the evening in the summertime when we're trying to do low light and dark shooting. You have to wait until almost 10 o'clock at night, and that does disturb some residents. And so we were looking at being able to design baffling to help control that noise in that area. And then the third lane, as David referred to, was then more of a long gun. When the Academy was built, there was no such thing as a patrol rifle. We used shotguns, and if you needed to shoot at long distance, you put a slug round in the shotgun and you called it good. Now things are much different, and we don't have that long range capability, and so we wanted to create that, do a 300-yard, 6-lane long gun, but that was at the old facility and the old property. Now, since we have 260 acres at the new location, we are not limited by the size of the property, and so I anticipate that the design and the construction of that long range may entail more range, more lanes for more shooters to use at the same time.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similar question to the last one about the drag strip. And I was also thinking about, maybe high schools for driver's ed or something like that. Has there been any consideration given to opening this range up to the public at various times?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, not during my tenure. And the main reason for that is at the current location, we require shooters to utilize lead-free frangible ammunition. And we do that for an environmental concern as well as lead exposure concern for long-term exposure from not only students, but especially my instructors. I know, as you mentioned, in military experience, my son being in the military, they talk about utilizing the lead-free for those specific reasons. We find that as being almost cost prohibitive, that very expensive ammunition to expend, and it's not thing that the general public seems to have some interest in utilizing that kind of ammunition. And we understand that. My concern is we at one point spent about $300,000 to clean up the range and the lead and kind of stuff. And the minute that we would have people come back in and start using lead again, we're going to lose that designation. So we've kind of kept it under more control.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, page 60. Agency 024, Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, State Outdoor Recreation Maintenance and Health and Safety Authorization. It's an authorization only of $6,600,000 in special revenue. It's the agency's priority number 1 and the State Construction Enterprise Priority Authorization only. Purpose of the request is requesting authorization only, no general fund appropriation, seeking permission to expend revenue collected from permit sales under Wyoming Statute 36-4-121 as amended in 2023. Funding will be drawn from the State Parks account, a special revenue fund. Total for FY 27 and 28 project budget is $6.6 million. State Construction Department recommended approval. State Building Commission recommended approval of authorization of $6.6 million in special revenue funds for state parks and cultural resources for outdoor recreation, maintenance, and health and safety. The State Construction Department, the State Building Commission further recommends that the funds be directly appropriated to the Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources so that a B11 will not be necessary. Governor's recommendation was approval of the authorization of $6.6 million of special revenues funds for Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources for outdoor recreation, maintenance, and health and safety. Further recommend that the funds be directly appropriated to Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources so that the B11 will not be necessary. If there's any questions, we have Director Dave Glenn and Construction Engineering Manager, Mr. Condenise in the audience.
Okay, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Glenn, real quick question for you on number 5, planning, park/site planning documentation and programs. Has there been any movement at all in the Gray Rocks conversation past the original planning?
Mr. Chairman, good to see you. Dave Glenn, Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. To answer your question, Representative Haroldson, the answer is no. We're right at the process where we could reach out to the public and get some public input in that. We are reading the tea leaves and looking at that and going at $20 to $25 million request at this point in time is probably not the appropriate thing to ask for. So we're doing a little bit more research on that, and when the time comes, we'll be ready to make that ask, but at this point in time, we are not doing that.
Your questions? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So these dollars are somewhere inside the state parks funds that you have already?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, yes, that's correct. These are fees that we collect, and we're estimating the fees for the coming biennium, and these are the projects that we would be spending those dollars on.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 65, Agency 024, Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, Wyoming Territorial Prison, authorization only to spend $250,000 in special revenue. Purpose of the request is the authorization only request, no new general funds. Seeking legislative approval to expend $250,000 in special revenue collected under the Wyoming Territorial Prison and State Parks permit review. Revenue, excuse me. State Construction Department recommended approval. State Building Commission recommended approval with the recommendation that the funds be directly appropriated to the Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources so that the B11 process will not be necessary. The governor recommended approval of the authorization of the $250,000 of special revenue funds for the Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources for the Wyoming Territorial Prison. And he recommends that the funds be directly appropriated to the State Parks and Cultural Resources so that a B11 will not be necessary.
Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I have two more for state parks, and they're both special revenue. So page 69, Agency 024, Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, motorboat gas tax authorization. It's an authorization to spend $430,000 special revenue. This is agency's priority number 3, State Construction Department, enterprise priority authorization only. This is an authorization only request, no general fund dollars. Seeks the approval to expend the $430,000 from the motorboat gas tax revenue in accordance with the statute.
Do you already have plans for these monies? Is that how you came up with these amounts, or is it just you're trying to set some money aside so you're prepared?
Mr. Chairman, we do have plans, and those monies will be allocated as soon as they're freed up, if they are freed up. This coming biennium, the majority of those will go towards electrical sites at our reservoir parks. It's one of our highest requested items that we get. It's a law enforcement issue when people are running generators late at night, and so we're gonna give people what they want and put some more electrical sites in there.
Very good. Good. All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that the governor's recommendation was approval of the authorization.
Please proceed.
Page 73, Agency 024, Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, Quebec 1 Missile Alert Facility. This is authorization only of $50,000 special revenue. It's agency priority number 4, State Construction Department, enterprise priority authorization only. This is authorization only request, no general fund dollars. This seeks legislation authorization to expend special revenue generated by entrance permit sales at Quebec 1 Missile Alert Facility. The recommendation was approval. The governor's recommendation, again, was approval, and that they recommend that the funds be directly appropriated to the Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources so that a B11 is not necessary.
Okay, any questions on this particular priority? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right, thank you. Page 77, Agency 048, Health Department. This is the Veterans Home of Wyoming, Buffalo, Wyoming remodel, level 3 construction. It's ask is 87 million general fund. It's the agency priority number 1, and this is State Construction Department enterprise priority number 2. This is for the level 3 construction funding for the full remodel of the Veterans Home of Wyoming domiciliary campus. The total project cost is $106 million. Previously appropriated funds were $24.85 million in the 2022 session, and the remaining need, $87 million in this request. Of this request, $7.86 million is for fixtures, furniture, and equipment spending authority for the Wyoming Department of Health. The Federal Veterans Administration State Home Construction Grant Program may reimburse up to 47% at a later date, but the timeline is uncertain. The strategic justification, so this, I wanted to make sure we got this out. It supports future federal reimbursement, maximizing return on investment. The inflation and rising construction costs could make this project even more expensive later. State Construction Department and State Building Commission recommended approval. The governor's recommended approval of the $87 million from the Strategic Investment Projects account for the Level 3 construction of the remodel of the existing Veterans Home domiciliary campus. And we have Deputy Director Franz Fuchs and CFO, Health Department CFO Eric McVicker, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's about time, wouldn't you agree, Deputy Director?
Deputy Director.
And Mr. Chairman, while they're coming up, we do have one more item on this, and we're requesting the authority to hire an at-will contract employee in the 100 series for project management during the construction.
Mr. Chairman, you might recall that it was a number of years ago, the department was given some at-will positions that are unfunded, and those were to simply use on these larger construction jobs rather than going out and hiring consultant services. What we've found through the years is we can do it for about 1/3 less, and we're in more control of that personnel and the actions rather than a firm. So that was the request for this particular large project. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Franz Fuchs, Deputy Director, Department of Health. Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, yes.
For a short answer. All right, thank you for being here. Okay, any questions? Oh, yes, we had both Senator French and then we'll go to Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support our veterans. Having said that, $87 million for this remodel, was there a calculation made or discussed, whatever, a complete tear down and rebuild versus a complete remodel? Sometimes you're better off just tearing that old building down and rebuilding it with our modern facilities.
Director? I think he's asking you for the overall plan. I mean, what all have we looked at in the past as far as this remodel? I would recommend, Senator, that you take a tour of this facility. It'll kind of give you an idea. It's a very historic facility, but there's some issues inside making it work for the purpose that it's designed for and where we're at today with ADA compliance, those types of things. But I'll let the director really put a finer point on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's really a little bit of both. It's a remodel of some of the existing facilities, but there's also additional square footage going into that facility itself. It's a phased construction when we do it, because obviously we have to keep that thing moving forward. So it's kind of a series of different phases to be done. The first one won't impact the residents that are there now. Once that's completed, then they'll be moving some of those folks into a different, into the newer facility as they move through then the remodel for the existing homes and things that are there, cottages.
Follow up? Okay. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree it's high time, but one of the hangups, of course, has been where we are on the list from the federal government for funding, and, you know, realizing that we're not going to come up any higher on that list and the inflationary costs and all that. So we're deciding to do it now with our money. But have we gotten anywhere with our federal partners on the possibility of getting reimbursed for this? Do we feel any more confidence today than, I know it was a little vague before, so have we gotten any indication on that going forward?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we will be reimbursed for it. The agreements are there in place. The question is when that will occur. And it's really a double-edged sword, because the longer we delay, the higher the inflation. So this was originally a 65% federal fund, 35% state. But just because of the inflation, because when the agreement was signed, the federal government said, we'll put in X amount of dollars. Now that's growing, so now we're at 53% state and 47% federal. And it's 100% based on inflation.
Follow-up, go ahead, Senator Drew.
So with this appropriation, as near as we can tell and such things, and I know there's no guarantees, but this is gonna get us to completion of this project, as far as we know right now. That's what the plan is.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Pendergraft and then Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McComey, you and I had a discussion about the possibility of going back to the feds and maybe reevaluating this and trying to get a bigger chunk of that. In case anyone out there is thinking of that, would you, sir, kind of explain our conclusion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the department can certainly go back and request a review, which they did, because most of the category that they put this project in, most of those are smaller, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million projects, and we've got this, this $100 million project. And so we could go back and start that process over again. And so we appealed, and they came back and said, no, we feel you're in the right place. We can go back and start that and perhaps get to 65-35, but we don't know for sure where we'll end up. We believe we'll end up at the end of the list again. And so kind of the history on some of this funding for these type of projects nationwide is they will sit there, the federal government will, at lower dollars, lower dollars, lower dollars each year. And then they'll see this big backlog, and then they'll just release a bunch of money at one point in time and fund a bunch of these projects. So it's really a situation of, if we go try to seek some additional funds, where do we end up? Do we qualify? Do we start over? So now we're back there at the back of the line anyway, and so we're just waiting just as long. So my feeling is, Mr. Chairman, it's time to move forward, because we're simply losing all these construction costs due to inflation, and we're not serving the clients that need to be served.
Follow-up? Representative Pendergraft? No? All right, Senator Larson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're still doing the project the way we had planned when we went out to ask the government, right, the feds?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Further questions on this priority, this project? Okay, you can proceed, please.
All right, Mr. Chairman, page 82, 057, Wyoming Community College Commission, Laramie County Community College Exterior Renewal Phase 2 Automotive Technology Building Exterior Innovation. It's level 3 design and construction. It's authorization only, and that's $4,435,824 of private revenue. It's the agency priority number 1, state construction priority authorization only. This is the level 3 design and construction authorization for exterior renovations of the automotive technology building at LCCC. This is part of a 4-phase exterior renewal initiative addressing degradation and energy efficiency of 13 precast concrete buildings on campus. The automotive technology building is historical, heavily used, and home to LCCC's automotive technology degree and certificate programs. Again, this is an authorization only at this time. State Construction Department recommended approval. State Building Commission recommended approval. The project doesn't add any additional square footage and does not result in an increase in major maintenance. The commission further recommends the project be included in legislation with other similar project authorization only requests. The governor's recommendation was approval of the project authorization for future major maintenance and $4,435,824 of private funds. Private funds are not included within the budget unit table because private funds are not transacted through the state's financial system. And
Mr. Webb, I'm gonna have you just group these, all of these from this community college together. They're pretty similar. They have the same description, but I'd like you to just go ahead and go through the others and just explain what building they are and if there's any difference in the condition or the situation.
Mr. Chairman, I think the only difference in these projects is that some of them are 50-50 cost share, and we had that one outlier of authorization only.
Questions on this priority? God bless you. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one, just for some reason, is of particular interest to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that I remember it is this project had an authorization for matching funds coming from the state, that those funds were deleted through the budget process for whatever reason. And my question to the folks at LCCC was, are you able to proceed on the private funding that you have now? They felt that they could for a time. My understanding as well was that there was material and contractors on the ground at the time functioning. So my question basically is, what's the status now? Have we got more private funding coming in that will be able to finish this project on their own? Are they going to come back later and ask for more from us? Just kind of an update on that status, if I could.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, so this authorization is a request for those private funds to be spent, and that was due to economy of scale of a bid that was let. So they had that funding, they needed to get that done. The prior year's request was not approved through legislation, and so that funding was not realized for the college at that time. So they went ahead and utilized their own funding just because of economy of scale for that portion of the project. Now, the next three are another phase of the project that haven't been bid out yet. So that's where they're coming back and asking for the 55-45 split, which is basically a 50-50 match on the next three projects. And that's CCC, Crossroads, and the science buildings.
Did you want to get the community college up here to answer that? Okay. Okay, any further questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Page 86, and it's, again, the Laramie Community College exterior renewal phase 2 science building, exterior innovation. It's for level 3 design and construction. It's for $7,944,513. And that's $4,397.85 general fund and 45% private revenue at $3,546,658. It's agency priority number 2, state construction enterprise priority number 8. Governor's recommendation was approval of the project authorization for future major maintenance and $7,944,513 in private funds. And again, the private funds are not included within the budget unit table because private funds are not transacted through the state financial system.
Did you want to ask whether those private funds are available? Did you want to ask whether those private funds are available?
I was just going to follow up.
That's fine, we can do that at a later time, that's fine. Just want you to be aware that, so, Mr. Webb, the governor basically denied the $4,397,855 in general funds and demanded that, or required that it be private funds, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Any questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 90. Again, Laramie County Community College exterior renewal phase 2, Crossroads building exterior renovation. It's level 3 in design construction. The total is $7,765,731. The cost share on that is $4,298,887 out of general fund and $3,466,844 out of private revenue. This is the agency's priority number 3, State Construction Department enterprise priority number 9. The governor's recommendation was approval of the project authorization for future major maintenance and $7,765,731 in private funds. And again, those private funds are not included in the budget unit table.
Any questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 94. Again, Laramie County Community College, exterior renewal phase 2, college and community center building exterior renovations, level 3 design and construction. The total ask was $7,547,561. The cost share was $4,178,114 general fund, $3,369,447 of private revenue. Same recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Page 98 is Agency 057, Wyoming Community College Commission, Sheridan College Science Building Renovation and Expansion. So Sheridan, Wyoming, it's level 3 design and construction. The total ask is $27,448,451. And that's cost share, $15,194,676 general fund, and $12,253,775 of private revenue. This is level 3 design and construction funding request, mixed funding with state cost share. Seeks approval of the $24.5 million for renovation and expansion of the science building at Sheridan College. The top capital priority in the Northern Wyoming Community College District Campus Master Plan. The project includes renovation of existing facility and construction of a 14,000 square foot addition. The request supports a broad range of academic programs, including Associates of Science, Associate's degree in nursing, dental hygiene, health sciences, and STEM transfer projects. The State Construction Department and State Building Commission recommended approval. The governor recommended approval of the project authorization for future major maintenance in 27. Yep, same as the other ones. We do have.
I have a question from Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, the questions are probably for Dr. Tribely.
Mr. Chairman, we do have the president of the college, Dr. Tribely, and Assistant VP for Facilities, Mr. Kent Anderson.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Dr. Tribely. It's always good to see you. I guess I would start by maybe a brief description of what we're trying to accomplish here. I know there's an explanation of the request in there, but if you could describe for me what we're trying to accomplish and what problems it might give you if it's not accomplished.
Dr. Tribely?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's good to see you as well, Representative Pendergraft, members of the committee. This is obviously a renovation and an addition project The building was built in 1982. So one of the base things that this project will accomplish is a rather extensive remodel of, obviously, of the existing building that will upgrade things like HVAC, fire suppression, and other essential functions of the building. When I talk about HVAC in a science building, it will solve the problem when we teach anatomy classes with whatever specimens colleges choose to use, fetal pigs, cats, human cadavers, all have fumes that come off them, and they all those fumes need to be evacuated. So one of the solutions this building will provide, just looking at that one function of the lab, every nursing student has to take 2 semesters of anatomy and physiology. It'll get the instructor into a safer environment. They're in there much more than the students are, and the students as well. It will solve issues in our microbiology functions. We currently don't have a dedicated microbiology lab. We're making the ag building work. It's the same room you could take a horse carcass into and do an investigation as to what happened to the horse. So it's just not a functional building, a functional room for teaching microbiology, and certainly not now. So there are those types of appropriate solutions. We're going to move chemistry to a second floor, which will allow organic chemicals to be evacuated easier out the roof and give those labs a much-needed overhaul for chemistry as well. The building will, in terms of solving, the building will also, I think interestingly, have a community classroom. It will be on the first floor of the addition, and it will be primarily focused on those groups in town that need to have a place to go to experience science with tools, equipment, resources that they don't have in their K-12 classroom, or those students that are homeschooled or in other instructional environments, and they don't have the expensive equipment or spaces or the particular expertise that the science disciplines have. So we have that room located rather adjacent to the Mon Center, which is where our museum, our dinosaur lab is located. And we currently have hundreds of grade school kids coming into that part of our campus. So this will accentuate that function. If we don't do this building now, the lack of proper laboratories for college education in those disciplines, it will be very challenging to continue to do that in our anatomy labs, our micro labs, and our chemistry labs, minimally. We will not be able to help with the increase in interest in sciences in the community coming up to the college. And we would persist to have some of our issues with, evacuation and other issues with the building. We can do a heavy scheduled maintenance that would cost well more than $1 million to fix those things, when we really need to do a remodel. It wouldn't be wise. And then, of course, for every project, as this committee is very, very well aware of, we're shovel-ready now, and if we wait a couple of years, it's just going to be more expensive.
Follow-up, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you for that explanation, helps, and frankly, thank you for mentioning homeschool kids. That's interesting. This project calls for 45% other funds to the tune of 12 million plus. How much of that has already been secured? What are the prospects for that? Do you think you could go over and above that?
Dr. Tribally?
We have those funds in hand now. It would be challenging for us to go over and above that. The majority of that challenge has to do with the particular financial risks that Sheridan College is seeing in the near future. In the near future, we're looking at a split or a complete financial split with the work that we do with students in Gillette. That's a significant source of revenue to the tune of approximately $10 million a year. So when that separation happens and we do not have those funds anymore, it'd be very challenging for me to prioritize local donated dollars to this project. I don't want you to hear that this project is not important, but at that point, it would be very challenging to do that.
All right. Further questions? Representative Larson.
Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Larson, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm guessing you speak with all the other presidents of the colleges, and
I mean, we need to fix buildings in the colleges. And so is this in the rotation? I mean, have these been talked about over the years, and it's time for your college?
Senator Larson, excuse me, Mr. Chair, Senator Larson, these all have been prioritized within the Wyoming Community College Prioritization Network. As a colleague, I support the prioritization order that they're in. I know that the other projects are essential and necessary, and we do appreciate the commission staff for making sure we have that process done well with our commissioners. So all of these projects have been prioritized by that process with the commission.
Yes, thank you. So this may go to the construction department. Is this a normal spend over the past bienniums? In combination?
Director McCombie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we get, kind of like you're seeing today in the presentation, we get major maintenance requests that come through and that are large dollars, and they would impact the colleges, similar to what was just discussed, to try and use major maintenance. Then you don't have any money to spend on the rest of your building. So that's why you're seeing for LCCC, for example, these 4 million, whatever, 7 million. But we do build new big buildings. POW recently just had one built. And so, yes, this isn't unusual for this type of a request to come forward to the commission.
Follow-up, go ahead, Senator
Yes,
Larson.
please. So is it a normal, I mean, is it an average of what we've been spending? I don't know if that is stated correctly.
Director McCombie?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an answer to that off the top of my head.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, it's about average for one of the facilities that we do a remodel in addition to.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one thing, is that they self-funded their design for this project, and they should be at 100% design in February.
Okay. Good information. Did you get that done? I don't think he got it. You might need to repeat that for Representative Pendergraph. I don't know if he got that. Did you get that? All right.
You can write it down.
I'm gonna try.
All right, Senator, go ahead.
Chairman, in the last couple bienniums, let's go back about 2 or 3. Have we been spending like 50 millions on college buildings, new or rehab or whatever, remodel?
Mr. Chairman, no, we haven't. And the reason is because I think in at least the last 2 bienniums, the state building commission's requests never made it out of the budget process. A lot of these have been asked for, and we're back second, third. Healthcare building, for example, we talked about earlier. I think that's like the 4th year we've presented that.
Okay, you good? All right. Further questions on this section? Thanks, Walt. Thank you, Dr. Trively. And Mr. Webb, please continue.
Mr. Chairman, page 103, Agency 057. This is the Central Wyoming College Industrial Maintenance Construction Light Manufacturing Facility, Level 3 Design and Construction Authorization Only. It's an authorization only of $4,086,049 of private revenue. It's the agency's priority number 8. The State Construction Department Enterprise Priority Authorization Only. This is an authorization only request. No general fund dollars are requested at this time. It seeks approval of level 3 design and construction authorization for the workforce-focused facility to support industrial maintenance, construction trades, and light manufacturing training in Riverton, Wyoming. The project aligns with the priorities outlined in CWC's June 2022 Campus Master Plan update. This project does have a new construction of 1,248 square feet that expands and enhances the functionality of the facility. The State Construction Department recommended approval. State Building Commission recommended approval. They further recommended that this item be included in legislation with other similar projects, authorization only request. And the governor had the same as the last one.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Seeing none, please proceed.
The last one is page 107. Department 808, Department of Corrections, Wyoming State Penitentiary. That's in Rawlins, Wyoming. It's the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment replacement. It's a HVAC project, level 3 design and construction. And that request was for $8,932,620 general fund. It's the agency priority number 1 and State Construction Department enterprise priority number 6. So this is the level 3 design and construction funding request for critical HVAC equipment replacement at the state penitentiary in Rawlins. It supports life, health, and safety compliance under constitutional operational obligations for correctional facilities. Equipment failure puts facility, operations, staff, and inmates at risk. No general fund or federal match specified at this stage. Funding source to be determined through the capital construction process. State Construction Department and State Building Commission recommended approval. Governor's recommendation was denial of the request as submitted. The purpose of this request is to replace outdated and non-functioning equipment at the facility. I've been there extensively. I did the water mitigation project there. I've done probably $30 million worth of work at the state penitentiary, and this is just a continuation of taking care of equipment that needs to be done. We have Director Shannon and administrators Scott Abbott and Mike Pacheco in the audience.
If you guys could come forward, please. I think we've got one seat open here for you, so just do one at a time. Director Shannon. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Director. I've seen many times this equipment has reached its end of life, and sometimes you go and you look at it and you think, oh, that'd probably run another 5 years. Sometimes you go and look at it and there's oil all over underneath it and it's done. I guess my question bluntly is, where are we at with this HVAC system? I indicated, or I thought I heard a statement that part of it was not functional. Where are we?
Director Shannon.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, committee members, I'm Dan Shannon with the Department of Corrections. Representative Pendergraft, these are original rooftop units that were designed in '99 and been functioning since 2000. As Mr. Webb spoke, we have 31 rooftop units there. As Mr. Webb spoke of, we work on this almost constantly. Initially, the department, we filed it with in capital construction. It went before the SBC. The SBC recommended that we move it to major maintenance, and then the governor also agreed with that with the rejection of the capital construction. As far as the units, yes, it's been constant for years that we always have units. We provide temporary heat, temporary cooling. There's a number of projects that we work. We certainly can work, as we've been partnering with Mr. Webb and his team, to continue through major maintenance to keep the place running the best we can.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has any estimate been done? This equipment's 25 years old. Do we know, with presumably newer, more efficient, what the cost savings difference might be per year to heat this facility, to cool it?
Mr. Webb.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, we haven't done that study. So what we're doing is we've built the system. So we've replaced the controls, we've done fire dampeners, we've cleaned duct work. This is just the end of that system replacement as we went through. We don't know if it's gonna, the efficiency of the equipment has gotten better through time, so we should save money as we install new equipment on the roof, for those rooftop units. How much, I cannot say, and we haven't done any analysis to say what that number is, but we're just at that point in the system itself overall, is that this is the next step, is to replace these rooftop units and that aging system.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I guess I'd like to hear from any or all three of you. I mean, this is more Band-Aids. Is there a plan in place for the construction of a new prison? We're putting money aside. I'd like to hear your talk about it, your thoughts.
We'll start with you, Director Shannon.
You okay?
You can start.
Chairman Bear, Senator Salazar. Yes, there is a plan in place legislatively. We are putting money into the construction portion of that. State construction, approximately 4.5, I hope I'm saying this correctly, approximately 4.5 years ago, we did a site review. We've done cores, and Mr. Webb is very knowledgeable in that. And you are correct, we are holding the penitentiary together. We have, as I came before this committee last year, it's one thing after another. As I came before the committee last year, to secure electronics, to keep the fence working, to have the control centers working. We have Southern Folger Adams now working on 274 locks there just to get them functioning. We replaced over 200 sections of glazing, and then this is before the water mitigation. This has been since the water mitigation. So yes, we are holding it together, and
What do you envision on a time frame?
I would refer that to Director McComey, but I don't know if I'm qualified. I would say that I'm not qualified to say the time frame. I can tell you that it's constant money being put into our penitentiary.
Mr. Webb, your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, so the director was right. It was probably in the 2017-18 timeframe when we had the water mitigation work being performed, or certainly going through the legislature at that time. And so there was different schools of thought. Some of them was $100 and some million worth of additional work at the penitentiary. So the LSO actually hired a separate review consultant to come in and look at it. That was downsized significantly to trying to do this remediation type of work, and I think that turned out very well. We've kind of helped with the settlement and the movement of the building. There was a lot of drainage issues that we found when we went in and did that work, where actually drainage pipes were flowing the wrong way to get water to, it flows downhill, and they were tipped the wrong way when they were built, and there was some major leaks in the plumbing under the building. And so when we opened up and exposed some areas, we literally had thousands of gallons of water come out and flow out onto the ground underneath the building. So that's been pretty well taken care of. As Mr. Webb mentioned, there's been a lot of work done through the different phases in the facility, particularly on the HVAC systems. We had some boiler replacements and things like that were multi-million dollars there. So then, kind of fast forwarding from that, the discussions in the legislature that occurred then was, okay, we need to look at what's going to happen in the future. How long can we expect this facility to last? And there was different scenarios under that. Can we make it last another 30 years? Can we go another 20 years? And that's where legislation was then set aside to put money into a revolving account. It was never anticipated that account would 100% fill up to the point that it would build a new prison. The estimates that I've seen are upwards of, and it depends on the time frame and inflating those costs, were in excess of $300 million. for the time to do that. The other issue that came up is where do we build that? That site, you know, that's the second time that a prison's been built at that site. And so the soils and those sort of things, you know, let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. So we actually looked north of building, of Rollins to build that site, and worked with landowners out there. Now that landowners, and I think the director is probably more up to speed on this than I am since I've came back, but there's been a couple of changes in the landowners for that, to try and secure that property north. But we would be able to run then the water, sewer, all that kind of stuff out there if we needed from Rollins itself. So that would reduce some of the costs of us being on our own system and things like that. And so I think the time frame, given where we're at today with the facility, probably 15 years, 20 years, hopefully we can get out of it with what we've done to this date. But then that's kind of the drop dead date. If you're looking, then you got to back up to start the design, make sure we got all that stuff moving forward. So, you know, I think that probably that larger request for funding would probably come maybe 15 years from now.
So is your testimony that we have at least another decade before we need to start considering a new prison?
Yes, I believe that's so.
Thank you.
And I'll let the director rebut that if he doesn't think that that's viable.
Well,
He's out there every day.
Chairman Bear, Senator Salazar, Co-Chairman Salazar, I wanted Director McComey to speak on behalf of the construction portion of it. I can tell you that it is every single day. I do think we'd be remiss. The property it remains in the mineral industries, and it's changed 4 times. I do think we'd be remiss not to obtain that property in time out of that penitentiary fund. It's number one. At the time there was a representative from the area that had the deal. There would be no cost. We would switch it with state land that was right next door. And I never approached the state land at that time, but I do think as we go down the road, we should at least secure that property. Would be at a minimum. The state construction has done an exorbitant amount of testing and has determined that the property is structurally sound. So, thank you.
Director McComey, is that something that the SLIB board is looking at? Is it on their radar? They have a plan?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think so. I don't think we've brought that to a working point. I think there's a lot of different entities that are aware of where that's at as far as the property and the potential exchange and things like that. But to move forward, that hasn't been discussed in any great detail that I'm aware of.
Mr. Chairman, in the 2022-2023 budget, there was a $10 million appropriation for Department of Corrections to do some demolition of some existing facilities. And then also language in there that gave us the authorization to purchase land in Rollins for utilizing some of that $10 million. And so I went through all the documentation that we had from that 2012, 2013, 2014 timeframe, and we have first right of refusal on that land that we did all the testing and stuff on. So they can change hands as much as they want, but we still have that first right of refusal on that property out by the quarry.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the exception at hand, the 8.9 million, and I think we have, 30 rough units, something like that. That 8.9, buy all 30 of those, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, that's actually purchased and installed, and we got that from a vendor, so that was a vendor's number for us.
In your opinion, sir, might it be prudent to maybe do a portion of that? Maybe we have 10 of them on hand, we install 6 or 7, and we have a couple of them there in case one fails and we've got it apart, or just start phasing it in rather than doing it in one chunk. Is that feasible?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraph, we've started that already. We've already started on some of the buildings, the admin building itself. We've taken care of that building and replaced the rooftop units there. We're working on the warehouse building, and we're utilizing major maintenance, which could be utilized someplace else. So we're hoping, the reason this came before, so it was such a big ask, is that we could utilize the major maintenance money that's given to the state pen in other areas that we need it, like boiler retubing or pumps or any of that, instead of using it for rooftop units that are aged out.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you come back, and again, come back to LCCC, if you look at this particular project, those projects actually qualify for major maintenance, but again, they're so large that they would deplete the pot that the agency has. And so that's why it's typical for the state construction department to ask for these type of projects, even though they would qualify for major maintenance, because it's simply not there. We've had discussions, and we'll have discussions again on component projects on the school side. Legislation last year through House Bill 86, actually now, there was a lot of that work that was done on that House bill was to codify language so that the terminology used by UW, used by community colleges, used by the state, used by the schools is the same on major maintenance components, those sort of things. So we do have the ability in the future to ask for component projects on the state side, similar to what you see those requests on the school side since House Bill 86 was passed this past year. And again, this particular project, we can move forward with major maintenance work, and we're doing that right now. But as you mentioned, Representative Pendergraph, we're piecemealing those that come through. We know these need to be replaced, and it's just a matter of when can we get that done.
All right, further questions? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again. I'm going to go back to the penitentiary and the new location, and we have money there, but we're not proceeding to get it purchased, and I guess I'm wondering why we've had that funding there.
Chairman Bear, Senator Larson, if I may. The funding that was provided in the bill specified in order that we were to do a demolition at the Wyoming Honor Farm and then do demolition at the Wyoming State Penitentiary and funds that were left over. I recently wrote to Director McComey and asked him if he would put a hold on the demolition part at WSP, because, and out of respect of the writer of the bill, I would reach out because I think it'd be a better source of our funding to purchase that land than to continue with the old WSP North demolition. That's the latest update.
Senator?
Mr. Chairman, so that would take legislation to change that? Is the priority, is that what I'm hearing?
I think that bill can be read several ways. I would ask for an opportunity to meet with the bill writers, though, and the sponsors.
What was the response you received?
I haven't met with the person yet.
I know a few lawmakers myself. You might want to check with an attorney.
It lays it out. It's not numerical, Senator Larson. It doesn't say you do this, this, and this. It just says, and it's being interpreted that we followed that listing. So it's probably 2-3 weeks ago I wrote to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask our LSO staff to help us out on that, I guess, and give us an idea what they think.
Mr. Chairman, we can forward that down to LSO Legal and get back with you next week.
Okay, so we'll be in touch. We'll
Thank you.
let you know what we find out. Okay. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff, could you get us, could you tell us how much is in that prison fund?
think we talked about this yesterday, so.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is an unusual situation. There's $62 million now in that account. But because of the unusual governor's veto on Senate File 169, technically all of that is available for the governor's discretion for use at the Department of Corrections. His letter indicated that he will B11 any leftover funds, and at that time it was $34 million would be B11'd. That has not yet, none of that has occurred yet because the change of locks is still progressing. I think you heard yesterday about 13.9 million had been obligated of the 18.2 million.
Okay, follow up? Okay. All right. Director McComey, is there anything you'd like to add here at the end? Well, I should ask you, Mr. Webb, are you done?
Mr. Chairman, with that, we are complete with the Capcom request.
Okay. Director McComey, do you have anything you'd like to add?
One follow-up on the healthcare building. We did note in there that we wanted that to, that funding to also help us hire a project manager, fill our AWAC position. I think we need specific language to that effect, so we need to make sure that's in the bill, that we can utilize those funding from that 86 million, 7 million for that position also.
Mr. Chairman, yes, and I think it would be worthy of a footnote if you proceed with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's it. Certainly appreciate your time, and it's a Friday, and I know you've had a busy, long week. And again, any questions you might think of between now and our meeting on Thursday, we'd be happy to answer those, or come back on Thursday and follow back up.
First. Before we're done, we have State Fair Manager Courtney Conkle online, and I've gotten so far down the road, I've forgotten my questions that we had for her. Director Richards, do you have that information? We were going to send out a request for that information.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and in fact,
Before you read it, Jackie, can we get her online, please? And then.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I promoted her to panelist.
Okay, and while we're waiting, Co-Chair, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to recognize the ELSO staff, because they had their hands up.
Okay. All right, Director Richards, was there something else you had before we move on to this? That was this, okay. All right. Ms. Conkle, welcome to the Joint Appropriations Committee. We appreciate you spending a little time to join us here. We had some questions for you. I'm going to have Director Richards pose that question. Hopefully you can help us out.
Mr. Chairman, we have been in correspondence during the balance of your hearing, and I believe she has 4 questions at the ready regarding the intended use, the anticipated expense increase on utilities at the Silver Arena, availability of private funds, as well as a second facility, the Show Center, whether or not $2 million covers the full project, and whether or not you are aware of why the governor denied the request and the availability of private funds for that facility.
Thank you, Director. Ms. Conkle, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, committee members. I have gotten to listen to the entire meeting today, but I unfortunately just had some technical difficulties on my end. So to get the responses to those questions, first, regarding potential for matching funds, I do believe that there's an appetite across the state and also within Converse County and the city of Douglas to potentially contribute if that was an option that this committee was looking to pursue. I'm not sure to what level. I'm not sure if there's the ability to be able to do a 50-50 split, but I do know that there's definitely been appetite and questions posed to us over the last couple of years as to if that becomes an opportunity. I think that we've got folks ready and waiting to contribute.
Ms. Conkle, is there something that could be done with your microphone? We're having a real hard time getting you to come through clearly. Oh, one moment. Ms. Childress?
Mr. Chairman, she might want to turn off her video, and then we might be able to hear her better.
Okay, we've got that great broadband issue going on here in Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, we'll try that again. Is that any better?
I think we got it on that issue, that there's an appetite out there, but we don't know yet what is possible. So you can go on to the next question, please.
The next question regarding Mr. Chairman, the increased expense to operate the Silver Arena. We anticipate between $40,000 and $50,000 a year in anticipated expenses. That would be an increase over what we see today. But we also see the ability, as outlined in the level 1, level 2 feasibility study, that would also have a pretty significant profitability generation for us. So the estimated gross revenue is between $285,000 to $350,000 a year. So we still feel confident that the net profitability would make sense. And that is just including rental fee structure. So that does not include naming rights or sponsorship opportunities.
Okay. Still having a hard time hearing you, but I think we got that. Please proceed.
All right, for the show center budget, Mr. Chairman and committee members, we do fully anticipate that $2 million amount would be enough to cover the entirety of the project. The project is based in biosecurity and making sure that we're doing a better job with the biosecurity, both for our animals and our exhibitors, as well as the folks that use that building year round. It includes drainage, concrete flooring, and cooling coils for our youth hockey team that is a long-term renter of that building.
Okay. Any questions for State Fair Manager Conkle?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sherwood.
I apologize. I'm not clear if I heard correctly whether that $2 million has already been secured through private revenue. Thank you.
Ms. Conkle, have you secured private funds for that $2 million project?
Yes, and then committee members, we have secured that funding.
Okay. Follow up? All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Grew.
Yes, thanks. I did have a question on that 2 million. Did I get that right? You're also talking about a feature to make an ice arena out of that, to cooling? Did I get that right?
Ms. Conkle?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I am also having a little bit of a hard time hearing, but
we're really losing touch with you, Ms. Conkle. Mr. Webb had a comment that might help out with this.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, yes, there's going to be cooling coils in the floor to assist with the hockey league. That's
hang on a sec, we got two of them. Ms. Childress, you got that? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Webb.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, so they're going to do the cooling coils in the floor for the hockey in Douglas.
Now,
they're a long-term renter of that facility. And right now they do connected panels in there for their floor. And so that will alleviate the connected panels that they utilize.
Okay. Okay. I just had some experience with that. That seems an awfully inexpensive price to do something that's can be kind of expensive. So just wanted to check. Thanks.
I too have had some experience of that in my community, Senator Drew, and I appreciate your comment. All right, Ms. Conkle, do we still have you?
I do. I'm just having a little bit of trouble hearing, and I'm assuming that that's going to go both ways.
Yeah, I think we have you back now. I think all of our questions have been answered, so we appreciate you returning and attempting to get that information to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I apologize for my technical deficiencies today. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm sure we're going to spend some more money on broadband to try to help you out with that.
This is our guerrilla marketing. Thank you.
All right, Director Comey, thank you. In response to your comments earlier and any other comments from the committee? Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, that clears the deck for this first week of hearings. Starting on Monday, you have the Miners Hospital. The Department of Health is the primary agency for your consideration, over $3 billion in requests. And then you will close the day with the State Parks and Cultural Resources Department.
And we're starting at 8 a.m. on Monday?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay. With that, we are adjourned, and thank you very much. Everybody have a wonderful weekend.